wholesale friendly title company, how to run numbers, nothing like that. Nope. All right. Well, I guess I'll just start what I got going on. All right. So I got a few closings today, or not today. I'm sorry. Oh, what's up, Anthony? Yeah,
Good
I
morning.
could call that guy now. I guess you could start with that, and hopefully I get a hold of him and have a conversation. I vaguely remember that conversation, but I did remember he's just like, whenever that's what, like, basically when you're dealing with homes, like a lot of people have a lot of sentimental value with their homes. Like, I grew up here, my family has been here for a while. Like, as opposed to, like, let's say if you're trying to deal with like a vacant lot, it's not much, there's really nothing to it. It's just, it's just money at that point. But for homes, it's a lot of issues with that. But yeah, I'll give him a call. I guess he said his name is Frank, right? Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, Frank. I don't know if you recall any of that. He was like, Dad was the plumber. He winterized the house. He
Mm-hmm.
had like 20 something $1,000 in back HOAs.
Gotcha. All right, I will dial in it right now. Hopefully, he answers here. Share my screen too. And if he doesn't answer this first time, I'll try calling him again.
Perfect.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Wait like 2 seconds and call. Try one more time. If you want, I could like leave him a text, like saying like, "Hey Frank, it's Terrell. We spoke a few weeks ago about the place in Arrowhead Lakes. Give me a call when you have a chance, and hopefully he'll respond to that if you'd like."
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you.
All right.
Your call has been forwarded to.
All right. Let me text him. Probably, obviously, most likely doesn't have my number saved or whatever. But it is what it is. All right, so hey, all right. Just sent him that text. Spoke a few weeks back about the home and the headaches. Do you have a number? Okay. All right. Hopefully, he gets back to me today, and I can let you know, keep you updated. All right, Steve. I
Thank
see
you.
your question. You're welcome. I see your question. How do you find your buyers? So, there's a few ways you could go about it. You could, let's say, when if you're finding comps for your property. Let's say, for example, let's look at this property here. There's no picture. I mean, when you're in the sticks, I mean, this is, I don't know, like where I used to live, like where me and Eric used to live growing up. So it's like there's not any Google vans just driving by, so you can kind of see like what the home looks like and all that kind of stuff. Because it's just out there. But like for example, when you're pulling comps, so this is another comp in that same neighborhood. You can tell, this is a flip. So what I like doing, just to double check, see, you could go through the pictures, like okay, this was a recently rehabbed, or you could look at the price history. Like let's say this was flipped. And I guess it was bought, in 2018. And it was probably by a flipper, and then he maybe had it for a rental, and then then just decided to list it. But you could reach out to the agent, for example, like because this was sold. Let's see how long ago. Sold back in December, so not too long. You could reach out to the agent, like, hey, how you doing? My name's Terrell. I'm just looking to see if you're let's say hypothetically I had a property over in Arrowhead Lakes where this property is located. It's in the same community. It's like, hey, look, I saw you had a property. Like, I called the agent. Agent's name is James. I could call James like, hey James, how you doing? My name's Terrell. It was calling in regards to that property that you sold over in Arrowhead Lakes on Ridge Road. Do you know if that same flipper is interested in another project in that area? And then just kind of seeing what they have to say. Sometimes, most likely, it's a yes, and then they could, relay that information over to that buyer, or they could give that, that flipper, or they could, share that flipper's number with you, and they could reach out on your own time. But most of the time, like the agent still wants to stay involved, so they'll probably just kind of be that gatekeeper, be like, hey, yeah, like send me whatever you have, and then I'll run it by them, and blah blah blah. So that's one way you could go about it. Another way, you could join Facebook groups. I'm a part of a few Facebook groups in my area, and also in Pennsylvania where I also wholesale. And you could make posts. You could there's always buyers in there. There's always agents in there. Other wholesalers. So you can make a post, be like, hey, look, I'm a wholesaler. I'm looking for fix and flip investors in whatever zip code or whatever county. Please DM me. You can make a post about that, and then obviously if they want more, and you guys gotta keep in mind, like investors, they love dealing with wholesalers because wholesalers are most likely the ones that find those off market deals. So investors are always willing to get whatever deals sent to them that are off market, and they'll if there's ever a post like that in like a Facebook group. Or like whatever forum, they're gonna try to reach out and try to connect and see if they can make a deal happen with you. So that's another way you could go about doing it. A third way, you could go to real estate meetups. It depends where you're located. Let's say, like for me, I'm in St. Petersburg, so there's always a lot of meetups happening over in my area, or like if across the bridge over in Tampa, which is about like 40 minutes from me. So you could always go to like real estate meetups. You could meet other wholesalers. You could meet investors. You could meet private money lenders. You can meet everybody. In a real estate meetup. So it's really it's something that you could go. Some are free. There are some probably. It all depends. I mean, I don't know, but the ones I've went to were free. And then me and Eric also hosted one before over in Tampa, like a little over a year ago. That was pretty much free to just come up and attend. So you could meet people that way. A fourth way, you could hit up like sites like PropWire. Going on PropWire.com or PropStream or Batch Leads, and typing in whatever. Let's say I want to look at let's say like target like my zip code area in Florida, and then you could like go to cash buyers. You could click on cash buyers. You type in the zip code. You could type in a county. Whatever you could do to try to pull a list here together. For me, like I would I'd have like I did my zip code, lead type. I'd hit cash buyers. What I would like to do is, let's say, look at single family homes that were bought by cash buyers. There's the more tab here. So you could see, I forget how much we started with, but now it was like around 5,000, I believe, maybe a little bit higher. But then I did residential homes, residential single family homes. It dropped to 1382. Let's say I click on the more tab. Let's say go to owner filters. I want to look for people that bought it in like an LLC or INC, like a business type thing. And let's say years of ownership. Let's say max a year, like they just recently bought it. That means, let's say if they bought like a potential flip for them to do like back in November, if they're still working on it, it'll come up, and then you get it like save and close. So let's see what it drops to now. So there's 50 homes that were bought with cash buyers, in a year time frame. Let's say you could do a little bit extra. You could go to let's see the assessed total value of the home. Let's say I usually don't look at homes that are like priced like over like 500,000, because once you get in that space in that amount, like the buying pool gets smaller and smaller. So you want to try to find homes that are valued like under 500, or like let's say like like around 350, something like that. So for me, like I live closer to the water, so like homes are always like kind of like a little bit more pricier. But let's say if I did like valued like under 500,000, then I have let's see, hold on, let me show you this for assisted. Oh, sorry, that's assessment estimated value 500. All right, so yeah, so then you can see homes that are like recently bought. Some were sold for pretty low amounts because I mean the hurricane did happen, so there were a lot of homes that kind of pretty much sold for like land value, so you got to keep that in mind. But like anything like anything over here, like since I mean I live over here, so like I know like I would want to pay attention to like right over here. I really to be honest, I don't want to look at anything since over here because insurance, flood insurance, all that kind of stuff. I mean, but these are cash buyers. I mean, you could like you could look at here, you could click on the details and say this one was bought for 184. This was probably most likely like 2 feet of water inside the home, all that kind of stuff. Bought with cash. You could see if you go to owner. Actually, I don't have an account, so I wouldn't be able to see this. But let's say if I went to copy this address, go to PropStream because I have a PropStream account. Put that in there. Then I'll see whatever LLC bought it back then. All right, so so January 10th, 2024. Actually, why is it? I mean, I think I did a year. I don't know why. I mean, there's two addresses here. I don't know. I mean, I think I did maximal year. Anyway, so year and 2 months. I mean, that came up anyway. But you can see Madeira Beach Rentals LLC. So I could easily see that. Okay, this is most likely an active investor. It has like rental. So most likely this home is a rental for them. You can click on like link properties, and you can see like, oh, they have like 17 other homes. You can see Hillsborough. They're located in they're all over the place. But you would know that's an active buyer. Skip trace that information, and then you could let's say find the let's say if I were to do let's say copy this LLC, I could go to Sunbiz. Sunbiz is it's an LLC look up thing in Florida. So Madeira Beach Rentals LLC, like my LLC's on there, Eric's is on there. You'll find anything. So I can see the manager of this LLC right here. Manager is Robin. So Robin Grace is the owner. I guess there's two managers. So Robin and then Joe. So Joe and Robin, I guess kind of like husband and wife. They own Madeira Beach Rentals LLC. So you could and there's probably their mailing address, right? They have a mailing address like a PO box, but this is probably where they live at here. And you could skip trace that address and call and be like, hey, like, is this Joe? And then get into your whole run, like your whole pitch or whatever, seeing if he's still actively looking for homes in St. Pete or in Tampa, whatever the case may be. But those are a few ways you could try to get some buyers. Do I have an agent in Tennessee? No, I do not, Dustin. I just only focus Pennsylvania and Florida. I don't go anywhere else. I've never done a deal, real estate transaction elsewhere. Steve, let's see, have an address over in Easton. All right. What's the story on this one, Steve? If you want to put this in the chat or just let me know.
Hey, what's going on, Terrell? This one it's not renovated, like it's not up to date. I guess it's not in terrible condition. The sellers are still living there, and it's in living condition. But I guess for a fix and flipper, for it to make sense, they'd have to come in and obviously fully renovate it.
Yeah.
So I think that I could probably talk them into around the 250 range.
Okay.
So I just wanted to see if you think that would make sense. I think the ARV on this thing's probably like 5 to 515.
Okay.
And I think that if I came in at 250, doing the 70%, minus
The repairs.
repairs, and then that gives me a pretty good wholesale fee as well. So I think that that's pretty realistic. I think that, and I know that you're kind of familiar with this area. I think, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. What was I gonna say? So what's their motivation? I mean, I know you said they're living in it currently, but like, why would they? Have you spoken to them already, or?
Yeah. So their motivation is they want to go somewhere else, and they just need a little bit of capital to do it, and they have a good amount of equity already. So
Okay.
they're not so worried about getting the top dollar. They don't want to list with an agent. They just are ready to get a check and then just move on to the next property.
I hear you.
So in terms of like probate, tax delinquency, there's nothing there. Like they have money. They just want to go
Yeah.
to the next
Yeah.
property.
Just relocating. So here's a flip over in that same neighborhood. I don't think we have a garage. Do we have a garage? Let's see.
Yeah, 3-car garage. Yep.
Oh, do you have? Okay, awesome. So this one was a 2-car garage here, but this was a flip. 4'2", 1,800 square feet. We are 5'2", 2,300. So a little bit, a little bit bigger, 500 square feet bigger. Let's see what they bought it for. Also, so they bought it back in April off market for 350, and then resold for 477. I don't know how much work it needed. We don't know that.
Yeah.
I could copy this address and see if if I know who bought it. Like, sometimes that happens. Like I could, like one of my old buyers or whatever
Yeah.
bought it, so like I could run it by them. That could be a perfect way.
Yeah. Also, Terrell, I wanted to see, do you have any doors up in that area?
No, I don't have anything. I had an opportunity to get like a 3-unit, but it would have been like back in 2023, and it would have been like I could have got like a loan for it. It was a pretty good deal, but I didn't want to manage. I live in Florida. I didn't want to manage
Yeah.
my property, 1,000 miles away.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I say that is because these folks they're willing to relocate to a larger home, and they're actually willing to pay $4,500 a month in rent if you have anything like. But I mean, again, that's going to be kind of.
I would have to ask like my buy, like I would have to know like kind of like obviously the price they're willing to pay 4,500 a month. I would have to know like location, all that kind of stuff, and I could reach out to the guys and then,
Yeah, if you could, Terrell, that would be awesome because I think that this could be probably a 50K plus assignment fee if we could, because their end goal, like I said, is to just move to a nicer home, and with that, they want a bigger, nicer home, and they don't really care about the equity that they have in the other house. They're more worried about living in a nicer, more luxury home, like the one that you're seeing right there. They kind of like want to go to not this one, the one above that one. But
okay, something like this.
And they're willing to pay like 45 to 5,000 in rent.
Okay.
Which obviously it's a house like that wouldn't be that, but.
Oh yeah, I could make a few calls and see. Hopefully I'm able to. One of my guys, they have if they do have a unit that's available, and
because I think that. For these folks, they honestly they want to find an owner finance opportunity, and I feel like if there's an investor out there that has a property that's quite large, it could be a perfect opportunity for maybe like a wrap or something where they bring 20-30K down and they're paying $4,000 a month.
Gotcha. All right, let's go back. All right, let's see. I'll look at the wholesale aspect of it. I mean, I think we're probably going to be right under 5. So I mean, there's this one here. I don't know when this one was. This was built in 2002. We were built in I think 78. So I don't want to try to find something at least no more than like 10 years apart, but I guess that's the only one. If I zoom out a little bit more and if we could find something. I mean, this looks like a newer build. This one at 610. I don't know where this one is located. 610. Oh, it's all the way over here. That's a different neighborhood. 594. I don't know why it's not highlighted. I can't see where 594 is located. I can't find it. I wonder if this is in the same area. It's okay. It's like a townhome. All right. I don't want to compare it to that. Probably same with that one. Okay, these are all. This is 575. Built in 2020. Don't want to use that. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we're probably going to be just under. I mean, this one's 515. This was right. Okay, kind of still in the same. I mean, we're over here. This house
Yeah.
is too far, a little bit north. For 515, built in it's built in '02 as well. All right. I mean, that one's a flip though. I believe. Looks. Again, possibly. Let's see. Okay, public record 460. And so I don't know. No, I guess not a flip. Other than that one that we saw before, this one is definitely a flip at 4-2.
Yeah,
So
that's probably the best comp there.
yeah, so like we're right under 5. I mean, let's let's say we be a little conservative. We'll call it like 4.
480 is good.
Let's do 490. About 490 times 4.7, and we're at 343. Based on the repairs, I mean, it's livable, but you still gotta,
Yeah.
cabinets, kitchen, all that kind of stuff. Can't really see the bathroom. So and with that type of square footage, you're gonna be looking at easily to redo everything. You're gonna be looking close to like, I don't know, like 80. I would say maybe a little bit more than 80.
Yeah.
Maybe just right under 100. I don't know. But like if they did like, let's say minus like 85,000, we're at 258.
Yeah.
You subtract for the fees and all that kind of stuff. So I could, I could reach out to, like I said, I could reach out to a few people, see what they would pay for something like this as a regular cash deal, and if say one of my guys has a rental, and you would have to find some information from me about the seller, like where would they want to, like, do they still want to be in Easton?
Yeah, so they definitely still want to be in Easton, but they sent me a couple of properties. But like I said, they're just kind of your luxury type of, 700,000 range as far as that is concerned. But this house too it's on a corner lot. It has a decent amount of. I don't know. It's from what I've understood. This it's a pretty desirable area.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a nice spot. Usually, like, I don't know, I know my buyers are like buying Easton, like they're more so focused like right over like here, like south of 22.
Gotcha.
I don't know anybody who buys offhand. I mean, I could be wrong, but like most of the guys that I talk to on like somewhat of a daily, not really a daily, but once in a while, I just know they buy south of 22, like Easton, like the South Side area, like West East, like Wilson area. I don't know anybody offhand that buys over in this, because again, it's like you get your more expensive properties.
Yeah.
But I could ask and see. I could, like I said, I could be surprised, and there'd be maybe a few that I'm not really thinking of right now, but that do actually have something over there. But yeah, I could reach out and see. I mean, did you mention an offer price? Did they say a number by chance?
They said, to be honest, they don't care about the dollar amount. They just want to get into a new home. They're like, if you can get me into a new home, we will kind of give this house over to you as long as you can get us into it. I think they owe 170 on their loan. So obviously you got to be above that number.
Yeah. Which I think we could, and then I think like there could. I feel like if there probably is somebody willing to pay like, let's say 270 or something like that. So I don't think that will be a problem at all. But I think it might be. I mean, I'll make a few calls, but I think it might be a stretch to find some. If one of my guys has because they do have rentals, but I don't know if that type of rental, like where it's like usually their rentals are like, let's say, like around like 25, maybe a little bit higher than 2,500.
Yeah.
I see they have 2 mortgages on Susan, right? Is it Susan Circle, right?
Yeah. 16, 17.
Yeah. So there's 2 mortgages that I'm seeing here when I go to mortgage and transaction history. So cross country, that's their main loan here, the cross country mortgage, and then I guess they took like a little, like, I don't know, secretary. I don't know what this really classifies as, but it's a small little loan for 8,500.
Okay.
But yeah, so there's 2 loans on there. But I guess in total, I guess they're, like you said, at around like, I mean, again, this is always for people who don't know, like PropStream, whatever, they always give you an estimate. It's never at accurate. This is always accurate. There's always whoever has a mortgage or whatever, multiple mortgages. This number is always accurate.
Yeah.
So I mean, the balance it's saying 275, but Steve here is saying they said around 170. So hopefully that's the case.
Yeah.
Um,
So also they are willing to do a subject to deal as well. Like if I wanted to come in and purchase a home subject to, they'd be open to doing that as well. So I don't know if you had any ideas like creatively. I know that this is kind of a complex situation as far as like what they want to do, but I don't know if it would make sense for me to just come in cash and then you have maybe a fix and flipper as the end buyer, or just find maybe someone who's willing to put 50K down and just take it over sub two at the the 200 balance or 170 balance.
Yeah, I would have to find I feel like for something like that, when it comes to that creative like subject to opportunity for
Yeah.
yourself, you have to run it by Eric just to see, because I mean he knows more about it than me, and I'm just being
Yeah.
and so like he probably would have give the best number, would have different options as opposed to someone like me. I'm more so focused on just wholesale. That's just
Okay.
my. But I could run this property by him after this Zoom, and then see.
Yeah, because I know that they got like a 2.8% interest rate or something. So which is
You know how much-
absolutely crazy.
I mean that's they bought. I think they bought it 2020. That's what everyone was getting around that time. Like right, they bought it in 2020. It's so during those that COVID era. So cars, houses. I mean the rates are pretty ridiculous as
Yeah.
opposed to now where you're sitting at like maybe like 8% currently, 7-8%.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, I'll have to run it by him, and then I also will make a few calls to see. Also too, like you said, that interest was 2.8. Find out what their payment is. I mean, according to my thing, I mean, I see like 1,200 here and then 55 here, but I mean that's just an estimate. I really don't know. So if you could find that out.
Yeah, that's about right. When I spoke to them, that's about right.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, I'll let Eric know then, and he could, I guess, give me give you 2 or 3 options to present them, and I'll try to see what I could do on my end for a cash if they were to go the cash route.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Alrighty.
All right. Thanks, Terrell.
Yep, no worries. And then I'll put and if I'll message you on Discord. Just reach out to me on Discord. I'm not sure if we chatted before or not, but like my name on Discord is DUBOBB. So just
Gotcha.
type that in, and then I'll let you know if Eric gets back to me, and then or if my buyers get back to me on this one in particular.
Cool.
Alrighty. Let's see. Anthony just got off market lead in Tampa. Would you mind calling? Yep, I got you. Okay.
Whether it's a question of
Pull the phone up here.
either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people screaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times.
And so far, that guy for that Pocono Lake House hasn't texted me back yet. So I don't know. Maybe he's at work or something. I have no idea. All right, let's go to the one in Tampa, off market lead. This is. Okay, this is a good part of Tampa. All right, so you haven't. I'm assuming, you haven't spoken to them at all or anything like that.
No, I just got it like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so like, I'm not sure if it's like this iSpeed delete, that type of. So like, did they like? Is there like a motivation? Did it say anything along the lines of that?
It just said quick sale.
Quick sale.
That's all it said. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What I'm gonna do is just gonna be like, I see I think you mentioned their name here.
James Pitt.
Yeah. Jamia, right? I guess that's how you
James.
Oh, James. Okay. So you had an A here. So like I was okay. So James Pitts. Okay. So I'm gonna call James like, hey James, you were inquiring about selling your house over on in Tampa on San Miguel Street. Just seeing if that's if you're still open to selling, and then kind of just treat it like that. And hopefully it's a good call. And if he says yes, then I'm like, okay, did you have a price in mind? And he'll tell me the price. And it's like, okay, all right. So what's the story on this? So I can try to justify what he's asking, because I'm not gonna waste time comping it right now and saying 4650 850 570 465. Okay.
brutal people, and they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5
Sunday
years?
South,
For 3.5
right?
years.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
Sunday
this is
We
South.
have 20 million
this
people
I think
living
is
there. It's a terrible.
yeah, I think this frankly I think this is a fundamental existential
Your call has
issue
been
for
forwarded
the
to
United States.
voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
I'll try try another time here. Hopefully, I'm able to get a hold of somebody.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. You know, we think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, you know, the four. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not a...
All right, no answer. I mean, it's I don't know what you would want. I don't know if you want me to send in like a text or if you want to try calling at your own time, whatever. I mean, just
Yeah, I can call him. I'll call him in about an hour or so. Touch base. But I figured since you were there,
yeah,
we
no
can
worries.
get this. Yeah. But thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no one wants to answer. It's crazy.
Hey, Trill,
Yeah,
I sent you something in the chat, and I've got the deal ready to sign with this guy, but I'm kind of on the comp aspect of it. You can see where it differentiates. It's got like 60,000 up to 200,000. I can get him at 65 from 120, but I don't know how. I just want to make sure that that deal even seems realistic, because you can see on one half where it's, houses are selling for 70 and lower, and then the other half selling for 200,000 plus.
Gotcha. All right, I'll sorry I missed that.
You're good.
Your message, but I'll run it right now and see. All right, North Carolina.
But they won't come back. But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia.
Looks like it needs a lot of work. I mean, something like this could easily be like 100K in work with the size. All right. Duplicate this tab here. 1,400 square feet. Let's see what we could find here. I guess we're by the water. Okay. We're on White Oak. Okay, White Oak Drive. I'm gonna do 3+. I'll do under, let's say, 1,750 square feet past year and see what we could find. And then I think we are 2 floors. So I'll try to find something that is 2 floors. So they're telling me the studs. Okay. Alright, so I was looking right now, just seeing if I could find anything that's 2 floors. Nothing currently on 2 floors. Unless this one, I can't really tell with that aerial view. Okay, I mean, it's a different type of home now.
That's where my problem is the market. It's 5 lots, by the way, so they're 50 by 100 lots and 5 of them. So you're probably looking, you got a good size square footage in the house and the outside space.
That was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad.
Okay. All right, there's this one that's kind of a little bit closer to the water. I mean, it looks like this one. All right, built in 07.
He's as bad as Biden in a different. He hasn't done an interview since this whole.
So for 260, 3.2, 1,400 square feet. Yeah, I mean, this is just an outlier. This would be out of the. I wouldn't even compare it to that. I mean, this looks like a. I don't know if it has like a different type of use. I'm not sure if it's just. I mean, I guess it's just a residential home, but it looks like. Never. I guess it's kind of how homes are in that area. Looks like, I guess, like maybe a dock in the back. But I'm not going to use that one. This one on Blackbeard's Road. I rather. I mean, we're going to be looking at Sound Side. I mean, it's a little bit farther. closer to the water, but we're over here. I mean, it's a little bit. Is it connect? I mean, so it's kind of like a little different neighborhood. I mean, this one that's and then 256 is all the way over here. Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, ideally, you want to try to find something like right along here, and then the only thing kind of like that sold at a high price was this one, but this one looks kind of like a mobile home.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
That's my problem. It's just, I mean, it's so all over. You can find something in threes and the low 70s. I mean, there was a 2-1 over in that area of ours that sold for 70 some thousand, 73,000 or so.
Okay, I went back 2 years and see if I could find anything. Oh, okay. That was a 3. Okay, so I mean, we're gonna be in the 2, like probably mid 2s. I'm assuming. There's this one 32 Soundside Road, single family home. Again, we just have 2 floors, so that's the only thing where we just can't find any ones that sold that had 2 floors. But I think mid 2s is probably where we're gonna be at price wise, or for resale value. I don't know if having 2 floors hurts, or I mean, it probably doesn't hurt, but what are we 3? We're just 4 2s, so 4 2s. I mean, let's call it. When was it sold? I mean, let's call it like we'll be a little conservative here. Let's call it like 225, or sorry, 250, 255, and then 0.7, and I think something like this all the way down to the studs with that square footage. I mean, you're going to be looking at at least 100. Because if it was anything, like if it's everything like down to the studs, I've dealt with that before and I've gotten quotes. This is in Florida though, but I mean roughly the same, pricing regardless. Down to the studs for like anything, let's say like around like 800 to like 1,000, you're gonna be paying like around like 80, around 80, like 60 to 80, depending on like everything, but the finishes and all that kind of stuff. So this one could easily be 100K worth of work to renovate everything here, almost is what pretty much this guy is asking. But let's say if we were to do 255.7, it gives me the 178.5, and then let's say subtract 100K, we're at 78,000, 78,500, and then you gotta do your little assignment fee. What did you say? Was there a price that
I have them at 65 and I can sign today.
Okay, I think, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to move, and it's just hopefully there's buyers. I mean, I never done a deal out here, so I don't know. I mean, we do have, me and Eric have the investor lift, so we could through Ryan, so we could look and reach out to him and put it there and see what kind of hits we get on something like this. I mean, it's just, let's see a little bit. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to move that at 65 and then off and ask like 70. Again, this is me putting, I don't see it being I think it's like right in the mid 2s. Once based off of, I mean, it's tough, but it's only based off of like the 2 homes that we did see. I mean, I want to kind of stay in that area. I don't want to go out here or over there, but based off like this one and this one. So like in the mid 2s, and then like, I mean, it should take like 100K. It's gonna definitely that's what it's gonna take to fix up everything, that since it was down to the stud, so for the rehab cost. So I think 65, if you have it at 65 and offer 75, I think you should be able to find somebody. It wouldn't be a problem, but unless there's like some unforeseen issue that I'm not seeing, that maybe I mean, okay, so there's already electrical and plumbing, and city has septic, 5 lots total. I mean, especially with the lots, having that type of space, compared to, let's say, 10,000 square foot lot. Is that the total 5 lots?
He said they were all 50 by 100 lots.
Okay.
5,000 square foot lots. And
Yeah.
5 of them. But the main thing is he said he was gonna sanction off 2 lots and build a house on the corner.
fact, there were articles when
Okay.
I was leaving. Hard to believe, actually.
So it's got the potential to
Yeah.
build next door. He said that they just ran some new electrical poles out there as well.
Okay. I mean, that's good. That's how it helps the value too. I mean, you just gotta deal with the. I don't know how for St. Pete, it's like always like a hassle to deal with all the permitting and all that kind of stuff for new builds. But I'm not either way. I mean, if there's value in that, then there could be then they'll be willing to pay more. The buyer, I'm saying, but like let's see if there's any. I mean, he's saying all this, but like, is there new construction in the area? So we got to look and see if there's new construction in the area. Let's go look at like I'll remove all the filters here. Let's say year built. Let's call it like let's do 2022 and newer. See if there's any new builds that were built recently. There's not.
That's
Yeah.
my thing. He
Yeah.
said he would build a house out there, but there's nothing out there unless you go into main town.
Yeah, so that changes. So like that has no value. So for anyone who's paying attention, like if there's no, if because sellers could say whatever, but like if investors are gonna kind of follow suit to what other investors are doing. Obviously, it takes one to get the whole party started, but like if we're looking in Cape Colony in this neighborhood, and I'm looking like I mean I could go back. Let's call it 2020. I go back to 2020, see if there's any new builds. Okay, we have this one here and this one here. Nothing over here. I mean, I don't know if this is just in the middle of nowhere. I mean, this looks like I don't even know what this is. I don't know, like a little barn, I guess. I don't even know. This was built in what 2021. Barn dominium, like so it's like I mean, there's really no comps. That's what investors are going to look at. Because let's say if I advertise like, oh, potential for a new build, they're going to want to they're going to look and see if has there really been any new builds in that Cape Colony area, which there hasn't been, unless you go in town, I guess, like over here or I guess like over here, then maybe yeah, there's a lot of new builds over here. You can see it here, Stonewall Lane 550. So I mean, I think again, just if you're able to get it for 65, that I'd have like obviously a let's say 5 or like a 7-day inspection period, just in case we get people who come back. If you're going to use us to try to help you market the deal, just it gives us enough time to, let's say if offers come back a little bit lower, then gives us time to renegotiate and all that kind of stuff. So I think it looks promising, as all I can really say. But with the aspect of a new with the added value with the lots to build new construction, that side of it doesn't look promising. But just as a flip, it does.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
I'll go ahead and do it with him.
Sounds good. And if you have any other questions, just I put my name in the chat already. You can reach out to me on Discord, and hopefully we could get this one sold for you. All right. Any other questions, guys? Appreciate everyone sharing their their deals that they're working, and those additional questions that they may have. It's always nice to try to help you guys out to get that first deal under your belt, or like the third or fourth deal under your belt. So that's good. Let's see. It's another question here. I don't have a VA. A lot of people ask me. For me, it's just like it's a whole like job in itself, because you got to kind of train them, and plus two, like they might get hit with curveballs that they're not really used to getting thrown at them, and they don't know how to answer them, and then it's just like sometimes the language as well, because most a lot of people are from the Philippines, maybe some are from South America, but mostly Philippines, so you have that like accent. So like not many homeowners give that call the time of day, so it's tough. So me personally, now I make my own calls, and also I do PPL. So like I'm using iSpeed to lead, so like I get like notifications when in the areas that I target. So for like motivated sellers, I'm kind of switching gears, and I mean every now and again I'll call like a pre-foreclosure list that I do. Like I've recently called one, I don't know, like a month ago, like a few neighborhoods away from me, like about 10 minutes away from me, and like it was like I put all my filters for pre-foreclosure in that neighborhood. I got like I don't know how many homes are in that specific neighborhood, but I dumbed it down to like I think 23 or 24 homes in the two neighborhoods. I think I have it up still. Hold on, properties. Yeah, so 25 homes. So then one of the homes actually hit. So this one, Boca Ciega, I called her like a month ago, and then she was gonna like what everyone tries to do tries to tell me, like, oh, I'm trying to save it, blah blah blah, that type of thing. Then I reached out to her like I think like 2 weeks ago, and then she's like, yeah, I'm actually open to selling it, blah blah blah. And then I went to see it that same day, and I got it under contract. And we're supposed to be closing on Friday the 28th, but then like there was an issue with the title apparently that the lady was inherited. I gotta find out like what the like it's always something, I feel like, when it comes to real estate. But essentially, who I signed with, like, even though the deed, it was a quick claim deed to her from this person named John Hopper. I'm not sure her relationship with, maybe it was a boyfriend or something. I have no idea. I forgot to ask. But anyway, yeah, it was a quick claim deed that was that took place, I think, 2024, so like about a year ago. But then like recently, like earlier this month, I think on the 7th of March. There was a probate that was filed from John Hopper's, which he passed away, from his sister, Nancy, and so I guess she is entitled to the property, and I have to get her signature too, and so the title company reached out to me on Friday, because obviously we're going to be closing this week, so trying to get everything squared away. So they reached out to me saying if I knew who Nancy was, and if I could call Caroline, which is who I signed the property, signed the agreement with, see if she would know the who she is and the number, all that kind of stuff. But she doesn't have the number. So I went to Tree People Search. I found two numbers that are allegedly supposed to be Nancy's, which is the deceased sister's thing, and she lives over in Michigan, which sounds promising too, but I can't really, I found the address, but it's in Michigan, so like I know, like, potentially, she would be open to being in agreement to just go forward with the sale, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to her, and I haven't yet. I called once. I called on Friday, called Saturday, left a message on Saturday. I have to try calling today, and hope. I don't even know if I have the right number. It's not like the voicemail doesn't say like, "Hi, this is Nancy. Leave a message." Just just a generic voicemail. So like I don't even know if I'm talking to who I need to be talking to. If they were to answer. But you got to try to do something. If I can't get a hold of them, then obviously we can't close on Friday. So that's my dilemma. But that's long story short. I do call Crew Foreclosures. I like calling them because they have the best chance for motivation because they have to do something with the property. So but yeah, I probably would never do a VA. I just don't have the patience, and it's just like because again, you have to train them, and then also too, it's just like that language barrier is not doesn't really get far for certain people who answer the phone. So and I'd rather like bat for myself rather than relying to on someone else to bat for me, if that makes sense. So hopefully that answers your questions. And PPL, even though they can be costly, let's say $200-$300 per lead, you're gonna get, if you read the description of what the lead is, because I think I had one that just came in like in Clearwater. Let me see.
Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government.
Clearwater, yeah. So seller motivation, retirement elsewhere, anyone living in the house, owner occupied, how fast, 2 or 3 months. Like I'd rather deal with something that's ASAP. So let's say if I go to my lead feed here for my market, if it wants to cooperate, And then I can scroll down and then, look at all these. So this is the lead I was referring to. Retirement elsewhere. So it's not really that much motivation. I want to target like financial reasons. I want to target tired landlord. I want to target like, emergency reasons. And then I want to look for like no more than like a month, like for like when they're trying to sell. And this one might sit for a while. 0 orders came in at 11:30. 0 orders. You have other leads that were obviously sold out because they were pretty promising leads. So like you have this one 7:58 yesterday, or 21st. When was the 21st? I don't even know what's today. So then the one's gonna be retirement elsewhere. It's like there's really how fast ASAP. I mean, maybe I don't know why this one's sitting. I mean, it's in Indian Rocks Beach. It could be a flooded property. I don't know. But when leads come in, if they're good, they're gonna be gone. So like this one came in. I don't know. I forget what I have to. It was already bought, so it's off. I can't really see what kind of lead it was. It probably was something good. That's why it's gone. We had 2 leads that came in today. 3 leads actually. 802, 834, 1017. So all these were probably pretty promising leads to where someone wanted to, pay. Let's say, for example, this one in Clearwater. It's cost for me to get this exclusive lead, $254. And once I get it, I have the number and I can start working from there and reach out to them. But like, there's no motivation. Even though it's retirement elsewhere, it doesn't scream motivation to me to where I would want to, again, pay $254 for it. But if it was like emergency reasons, if they want to, and then they said like, let's say it was a vacant house, or even if it was an owner occupied house, and then they want to sell ASAP, that's going to change it, and then that whoever gets it type of thing. So I've been switching gears to that, and I feel like a lot of people do as well. I mean, because you can do your own marketing, but I mean, companies like iSpeed to Lead, they already are on top of putting out Facebook ads, Google ads, all that type of thing. So like where, I'm not sure, possibly YouTube too, I'm not 100% sure. But like when somewhat of a seller sees it, they fill out whatever form they have to fill out, and then that turns into a lead. They are motivated. I rather, instead of, calling a cold lead and hoping that they want to sell, or even getting the right number. That's the first step, getting the right number. This is the first step. Second step, if they answer. Third step, if they want to sell. As opposed to this one, I get a number of a motivated seller who wants to sell. The only obstacle that you would have to really deal with is if they want to sell at a reasonable price. So that's why it's important looking at like the motivation here to see like, okay, if it's retirement elsewhere, they might not be ready. They might not be ready to sell at like a number where I would need a wholesale this at. So just keep that in mind. Any questions on that in particular, guys? No? So we got a few more minutes here.
One of the first documents they asked me to sign a general said, "Sir, would you please sign this?"
And I got your message, Steve, as well, for still listening. And then
I have one thing, Terrell, if you had a second.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really helpful. I just closed on a property last week in North Carolina, and the seller, she bought the house by herself before she got married, and then she got married, and then she's currently now going through a divorce. So the house is not even remotely in the husband's name whatsoever. But in the state of North Carolina and a lot of other states as well, you're not allowed to distribute assets while going through divorce. And in the state of North Carolina, I think it takes up to a year to get fully divorced. So I guess that could be kind of helpful to know that going forward.
Yeah, I think because how it would work is like the husband is entitled to like whatever equity. Like let's say she bought it at like 200,000, and then she and she obviously the divorce happens, and then she sells it for like let's say 275. That husband is entitled to 5,000, whatever equity from when she bought the house to when she was divorced. Like he's entitled to that, so she can't do anything, even though it's obviously, like I said, her name solely on the deed, but she got married, so obviously 50-50, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And what's I guess what was confusing to me is that obviously the seller didn't know that that's how it works. She was like, "Well, I bought it without him, so I didn't think it mattered." And then we're going through divorce now, so it doesn't matter because I bought it without him. So, and I guess for everyone to understand that it's, even though like when title runs the search, like it's pretty like intense as far as like what they can find, and it's
Yeah, they see everything.
yeah.
They really do. So you can't, they're not gonna find. I don't know if they'll find like unpaid parking tickets. Maybe, I don't know. But like, regarding everything, any judgment, anything like that, like they'll whatever, anything generic, it'll come up, and then they'll be brought to. They'll send an email out to the seller, to you, to the buyer, so that everyone knows what's going on. Like, how many, like, what's the amount of liens, what's the payoff for the property, all that kind of stuff. So that's where everything gets brought to light. That's why, like, again, if you were listening for that closing that I had, I was supposed to have on this Friday, like, because of that probate being filed like 2 weeks prior to me getting this whole deal in the contract. It's like, so now, like, a family member like being entitled, so like it clouds the title. So like they're not legally able to close on it because of that. They could get sued by that sister Nancy who I guess somehow, it's like a whole big mess. I mean, it's just, I dealt with worse, but like, as if I could get a hold of Nancy, who's over in Michigan, and which I don't think she would want to move. Like, the house is like beat up. It's like, I doubt that she would want to, she's I think probably in her 70s or something. Doubt she would want to renovate it and live in it. I don't know. Who knows? But it's just because of that issue with the probate that clouds the title, and you're not able to do anything, so I got to figure that all out. But that's good to know. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. I got like another lead that came in. It's in like over in like a little bit north of Tampa. It's like Lutz. It's Lutz. So I'm gonna refresh and just show you guys. So like, I see. This one is too far from me. If I were to like host, I don't want to look out too far. If it wants to, load, it's taking forever. But anyway, like, if it does come up, like, it's over in Lutz. Seller motivation is sell without showings. Anyone living in the house is tenant occupied. How fast do they want to sell? It says ASAP. So could be potential, but again, it's just too far. Because I did cover Hillsborough County, but Hillsborough County is kind of like all over the place. It's a big county, so.
Do you cover anything in Jacksonville, Florida?
No, Jacksonville's all the way. I want to stay local to me. Jacksonville's all the way on the other side of the coast, so I don't. For Florida, I cover like St. Pete, Tampa, like that area. Like, if I don't know if I could pull up the map here. Yeah, I can. So like I want to stay like. I used to, like, I don't really look at like Bradenton or like Sarasota. Like, I want to stay like this map is really slow. Goddamn. Like, obviously in this area here, Tampa as well. Probably as north as, if this map wants to cooperate. Like, I'll go like probably up to like Newport Richey area. Like, that's how far north I'll go. But ideally I want to try to find something like, again, like in that radius. Like this. I don't want to look at anything over in Lakeland. Like, I'll go as far like east as like Brandon, Florida, Temple Terrace. Like maybe cover Riverview, and then kind of work my way back to like St. Pete. But yeah, that's kind of like, Jacksonville is just like, that's too far for me. I might know investors who know people, like if you do find something out there, but I just don't know anyone personally who flips out there.
I have a deal in Jacksonville, but the guy's a bit stubborn. I've been working on him, and he was an off-market lead. Yeah, and I had been talking to him, but he finally posted it on freaking Zillow, trying to sell it for $179,900. But the situation is, obviously the house needs work. It's one of those deals. It's gonna need decent amount of work. Yeah. But he's trying to let it go for he just it's worth $200,000, but he wants $179,000. So it's really slim pickings.
Yeah. That's just probably one of those leads where you just have to maybe just wait it out, I had one of my people who I dealt with in the past. Like his name's Mike. I've helped him with like I don't know, like 4 or 5 properties. He touched base with this owner who at like a year ago didn't want to sell his property lower than 80,000. So and then we tried, had a whole showing. Like I had like 4 or 5 people there, buyers there. Pretty much everyone came like that. I think the highest offer I got was like 65,000 at the time. Then come to find out that like when he touched base with him like a week ago or whatever, because he was telling me about it. It's like, hey, he ended up selling his property for 50,000 to I looked at and then I looked at who bought it, and it was like one of my buyers who I dealt with in the past. Actually, I have a closing with this buyer, Dan, on Wednesday. So like I called him right away. I was like, Dan, I didn't know you bought this property here. He's like, oh yeah, like, oh yeah, it's a nightmare though. Like they still haven't even, it's tenant occupied. They're still trying to get the tenant out. They bought it so like we were working this lead, I think back in like, I want to say like May or June of 2024. And again, the owner was stuck at 80, didn't want to sell for a penny less. And then like, I think Dan bought it either November or December of, this past year. So, I mean, if you just got to follow up. I mean, maybe if he followed up, he was just so adamant about not selling it. I just, again, it wasn't my lead, it was his lead. So, I mean, he had to, take the time to, call out and do all that kind of stuff. But things changed in a few months. That just goes to show you, he dropped 30K and he sold it for 50K. And I had at the time back in May or June, I had somebody willing to pay 65 for it. I was looking back at the text too. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Missed opportunity. Maybe if we kept following up with him, he would have came around. But sometimes that happens. So you could just put it in your follow-ups. Hopefully you have a CRM. Maybe check back in a month or 2 months and see if he's still kind of like about selling for 175, or has he become more realistic? All right. Any other last minute questions, guys?
Going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Well,
That's the only thing that's going to get them to change.
you remember the area
No.
in California.
Alrighty. All right, guys. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. I gotta.
Oh, I do.
Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
Sorry. About the contract.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Steve texted me saying if I have any pictures. I don't know why he texted me because I think we had a discussion. I talked to him before. I mean, we talk all the time. I feel like, but he probably just missed it. Because there's no newer pictures other than what's on like Zillow, right?
Well, I did send you the link in there too.
Oh,
There's a link with the roof estimate, a bunch of pictures of what they did, like inside the house.
Yeah, so I must admit that's my fault. I'll forward that over to him then, because I did see that. I just didn't open it. All right, I'll forward that over to him. Yeah, he just texted me 28 minutes ago, so like I will send it to him right now.
All right, perfect.
And then I'll keep you posted. Any other last minute questions, guys?
Just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big deal.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll get back to you, Steve. I'll get back to you, Anthony, and whoever else needs help. Just reach out to me on Discord, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can. Let's see, try to download. Okay.
Those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back.
Copy link.
We've got to get the prices down.
All right, so I just sent it to Steve, so we'll see what he says.
Thanks.
All right, guys. But yeah, if you need anything else, just contact me. In the meantime, I hope you guys have a good rest of your Monday. My next Zoom would be on Wednesday, 11 to 12. Look forward to seeing you guys there. But yeah, take care.
Thanks, Terrell. See ya.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to really, I guess two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason. But unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job of deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think the opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation, and if those two things, yeah, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that, and a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever maybe in the world, and then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, you know, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, the gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, you know, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill it. We were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, you know, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. You know, we got over that bad period where everybody was dying, and you know, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, you know, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I should probably say something about, like, you know, maybe my views on, you know, climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume, because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's, you know, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry. And I, you know, the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time. But so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like ANWR. I got ANWR in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's ANWR. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it, and I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates. If you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard, right? So it's that's actually start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable. So we don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we want to just move over and if I don't know 50 to 100 years from now we're I don't know mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done without but people can still have a stake and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability, and I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, the sexy Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know. I like cheesy humor, So, but I'm a big fan of let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future. And do so without demonizing.
Right. I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world,
sure,
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And for me, that's a problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation, there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. You compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is just a rough name. There are some areas like when you see what happened in
good bad branding. The
we'll have to rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. It has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
it has a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, people were asking me in California, are worried about like a nuclear attack coming from Japan. I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually it's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
Yeah, but you haven't
because
been
the danger
feeling
is
so
just-
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only
it's
kidding. I'm
fine, It's like, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right,
it's
well, that's
really
great.
not
That's
something that
That's great.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think
Well,
we need to be concerned about
What they've done to this country.
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was the Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use the local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in and ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now, Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion, okay? I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly. He's clearly like we just don't have a president. Right?
You don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place, and she is a radical left San Francisco liberal, and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's.
She wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships. They're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel, and the wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall. And that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not
and
true.
everybody knows
It's simply not true.
It's a disgrace that she's saying.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. You know, like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person, or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden, and Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, you'll be worse than him, because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that maybe listen to this to look at Kamala's track record, you know, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she, in fact, is not moderate.
Well, her running mate signed into legislation tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms, and that means she believes in that too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel, radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as a president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's an honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country this election, and I mean that's understating my opinion. Now, you know, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, saying, you know, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and you know, there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and you know, what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, We protect them, and yet if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, you know, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations, that you know, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from. In this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, you know, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, you know, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States was subsidizing, the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat. But you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And, you know,
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's you know, it's like then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, you know, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, you know, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. You know, I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russians and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down media, you didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, you know, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up in the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, where am I? Where am I going? So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that you know, we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without, because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Kamala. It's like it's not possible. So this is like talking to an NPC. No. So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or a person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all this. You know, I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner, we had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he will?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But you know, we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But you know, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it.
Yeah.
It's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now you know Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla, that's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, you know, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America's going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. You know, they want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. You know, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels. We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah.
You don't even need much structure, assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So, and like I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually was like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans could say, wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world. That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there, with crazy people.
Yeah.
It's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And, you know, it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly, but it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. It just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just you know, it takes years instead of something that could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year and get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big
deal.
Well,
you know, Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space-age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies. Nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative, okay? And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
Sure.
Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody, and we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it, but if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. You know, people, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give you some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S. I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You get a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in terms of people,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70, and I guess over a period of time. Hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually, because the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be the hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people aren't going to get prosecuted. They just let, violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases crooked as hell. But you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. It's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important, but the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right, absolutely.
So,
and I want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We could talk. You and I could talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just to say, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now, but if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot.
I think that's a very real risk.
It's a big risk.
It's a very real risk. Yeah. And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening that I've not been very political before. And it's just, if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like, so they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd, because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping the environment, and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I call myself historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at at a critical juncture for the country, I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. And obviously, that we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, we want to have a future that is prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
Sure.
And I think it will take if the path, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself. But I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone-cold killers in many cases, and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand. The whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela, because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country, okay? So you and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela, because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down, and our crime rate's going through the roof, and it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet, because these people have come into our country, and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this, we have great police, we have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA doesn't prosecute and they just let the guy out. Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon.
Well, even worse, Elon,
nothing's going to happen.
even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension, they take away his job, he loses his family, he loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that, you know, when there was that case where, you know, sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. You know, we see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of that. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They would be shot instantly. And, you know, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's so easy to have time, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by, you know, a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. You know, when I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly him in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got it back. We took in so many. You know, MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because there weren't partially citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. It's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, if you don't incarcerate this person, who are they going to hurt? They might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to where, because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people. And they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
The facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like, it's got to a point where people started to bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. It's just, my values, I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now. And but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate. We're going to give incentives to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations, and we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore, and you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope
Sure,
you got
yeah.
I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yes.
Rocket, Supreme Expert Intelligence Nexus, Quantum Leap Synthesis, KeyCat 1, Council of Masterminds Man's Head, Microscope, Dr. Hideyuki Okano, Scientist, Stem Cell Pioneer behind the Trial Chess Pawn, Sun Tzu Military Strategist, Ancient Tactician Reframing Biological Battles, Electric Light Bulb, Elon Musk, Entrepreneur Disruptor of Industries through Exponential Scaling Theater Master representing the Performance Arts, Margaret Atwood, Artist Storyteller, Chronicler of Societal Transformation through Speculative Fiction Brain, Donna Haraway, Philosopher, Posthumanist Challenging Boundaries between Biology and Technology, KeyCap 2, High Impact Breakdown Microscope, Dr. Okano Precision Non-Obvious Insight, Variability in Outcomes is data, not noise. Older patients' reduced neuroplasticity suggests a biological expiration date for treatment efficacy. The two non-responders may lack epigenetic scaffolding to integrate new neurons, demanding pre-treatment biomarkers. Chess pawn, Sun Tzu tactical foresight, hidden vulnerability. Current trials are attacking the injury site directly. Instead, deploy stem cells as infiltrators to upstream downstream neural pathways to outflank scar tissue. Exploit the body's inflammatory response as a Trojan horse for cell delivery. Electric light bulb. Elon Musk, asymmetric leverage. Market disruption. This therapy isn't a product, it's a subscription model. Charge $500,000 a year for iterative neural upgrades, using each patient's data to train AI that optimizes future cell lines. Partner with Neuralink to merge stem cells with brain-machine interfaces. Theater Master representing the performance arts. Margaret Atwood, narrative power. Primal hook, frame paralysis reversal, not as recovery, but as human metamorphosis. The man who stands becomes a mythological archetype. The reborn phoenix. Use his story to lobby for Japan's $2 billion spinal injury fund. But born of dystopian class divides, elite neuro aristocrats versus untreated masses. Brain, Donna Haraway, epistemic shift, flawed axiom. The trial assumes bodies are fixable machines. Instead, embrace cyborg ethics. These patients are now chimeras of donor DNA and their own. What rights do reprogrammed cells have? Does the treatment erase their self? KeyCap 3, fusion and collision fire. Emergent truth scalability uniformity. Success hinges on personalized neuroecologies, Okano's biomarkers plus Musk's AI, ethical warfare. Sun Tzu's flanking tactics clash with Haraway's cyborg ethics. Can we ethically hack biology without redefining humanity? Narrative as clinical tool. Atwood's Phoenix myth could accelerate trial recruitment but risks backlash if outcomes vary. Cross swords. Catalytic contradictions. Musk's subscription model versus Haraway's. Anti-capitalist cyborgs hybridize. Open source IPS banks funded by pharma, with patients owning their cellular data. Sun Tzu's militarized biology versus Ocano's empiricism redefines success as strategic gain, e.g., 20% mobility equals battlefield advantage. Globe showing America's reframed approach treats spinal injuries as terraforming the neural landscape, combining Ocano cells, Sun Tzu's phased invasions, Atwood's myths to secure public support, Musk's iterative monetization, and Haraway's ethical guardrails. Keycap 4, ultimate meta insight high voltage sign. Paradigm shift. Regenerative medicine's quantum leap isn't biological, it's the recognition that the human body is a contested ecosystem. To cure paralysis, you must 1. Wage war. Sun Tzu on scar tissue with tactical cell deployments. 2. Rewrite narratives Atwood to turn patients into heroes, not victims. 3. Build ethical markets. Musk Haraway, where cells are open source code. 4. Accept chaos. Ocano, by treating variability as evolution in action. Chess pawn. Adversarial exploit competitors could weaponize donor cell rejection fears. Sinking public trust. Counter with Atwood's Phoenix Mythos plus Haraway's cyborg citizenship to reframe DNA, mixing as transcendence. Hourglass with flowing sand. Temporal disruption. In 2123, this trial will be seen not as a medical study, but the first shot in the neurobiological revolution, where healing became a fusion of art, war, and commerce. Bullseye. Execution Directive Launch Project Phoenix, a decentralized trial network combining chaos science, guerrilla marketing, Atwood, AI-driven personalization, Musk, and ethical oversight. Haraway. Use Sun Tzu's spy networks, real-time patient data, to adaptively target neural microenvironments outcome. A self-reinforcing cycle where each success funds the next, mythologized as humanity's rebirth. Key. Final truth. The paralyzed man didn't just stand, he became a prototype for a new species. Your move isn't to cure spines, but to orchestrate the symphony of science, story, and strategy that will redefine human potential.
It's been a while. I know I shouldn't have kept you waiting, but I'm here now. I know it's no problem. I'm glad you came and I've been thinking about how to sit and then got my body spinning like a hurricane, and it goes like you got me going. I say I can get enough, so let me get it up.
try to be everything that I can, but sometimes I come out as being nothing. I try to be everything that I can, but sometimes I come out as being nothing. I pray to God that He make me a better man. Maybe one day I'ma stand for something. I'm thanking God that He made you part of the plan. I guess I ain't go through all that hell for nothing. I'm always fucking up and wrecking shit. It seems like I perfected it. I offer you my love, I hope you take it like some medicine. Tell me ain't nobody better than me. I think that there's better than me. Hope you see the better in me. Always end up better in me. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. We take drugs, then you hold me close, then I tell you how you make me whole. Sometimes I feel you like being alone. Then you tell me that I should have stayed in the room. Guess I got it all wrong, all along my fault. My mistakes probably wipe all the rights I've done. Say goodbye to bygones, those are bygones. Head up, baby, stay strong, we gon' live long. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. I wanna be free. I wanna just live inside my Cadillac. That is my shit. Now throw it up. That's what it is. MICADILLAC, bitch. Can't see me through my tits. I'm riding real slow. And my paint wet, dripping, shining like my 20 bows. I don't got 20 bows, but I'm on those folks. That's those big white walls. Round them undisposed. Old school like old English in that brown paper bag. I'm rolling in that same whip that my granddad had. Hello, haters, damn y'all bad. 30K on the caddy, now how that back rap is that?
Marty. How's it going? We did. We got it. We sent it in. I was in a meeting about it about an hour ago, and we did see a few things that we liked. I think the one, I have another meeting coming up in like 10 minutes. So I'll be able to give you a better response in about an hour. All right, for sure. Thanks, Marty. Talk to you soon. Bye.
instant deals, 1 in 3 deals every single month. Closed, not contracts, not that nonsense. Actual closed deals, check in here. And then from the 8 to 12 month mark, because I'm looking to instill my automations, my processes into you, your business, you should be at a place of doing 3 to 5 deals a month once you get to that 8 to 12 month mark. So that's what it's all about. So the mastermind's completely separate from the free community. How is the partnership program going? Going pretty good. I think we just closed the deal. I just use Batch. You can use Batch leads. A lot of these platforms, like what you guys don't realize is they're tapped into like the same data provider. That's something I think a lot of people don't realize. So Batch is just as good as PropStream. It's just as good as REI Skip. It's just as good as it's actually better than Jira. Saying that because I've had a data company and I know which data warehouse these guys are tapped into. So, you know, Batch leads, PropStream, they're literally the same. For deeper skip tracing, you could use Lead Sherpa, so Lead, SHERPA. Lead Sherpa, that's good for skip tracing LLC, skip tracing trust, all that. So, yeah. Alright, let's keep pushing here. Let's get another deal. There's a lot of people that are just way overpriced. They want 100 on this. This seems kind of cheap. Super little though. 112 days to trip it. Let's see what we can do. Might be a creative play.
Thank you for calling Westside Associates. Your call is very important to us. Your call is being recorded for quality assurance. If you remain on the line, you are given consent to the recorded call. Please hold while you're being transferred. Thank you. Gracias por llamar a Westside Associates. Su llamada es muy importante para nosotros. Su llamada se está grabando para garantizar la calidad. Si permanece en la línea, está dando su
That's why it hasn't sold. Nick says he's got a house for sale in Iowa. Throw it through the partnership program. We'll do something on it. Elizabeth, what's the best MLS filters for flips? I've never been on the MLS, not once in my life. So I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Charlie in here is back, baby. That looks nice, sir. What up, Charlie, man? Good to be back. It's probably been like at least a month since I've touched the internet. It's been a while. We've just been so busy growing this new wholesale operation. It's just social media's been on the background. It's not my main thing, you know. All right, let's see if we can find something else. You guys got questions again? Throw them in the chat. 171,000 on this. It's in good shape. Pass on that. We need some trash, man. $156,000. Here we go. This is what we want. 156,000 in the properties that don't. Absolute dump. Let's see if we can do a deal. A little overpriced though. Probably like high twos there, maybe.
That's gonna be.
We'll see.
Your call is forwarded to an automatic voice message system 5704.
Try again.
The call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Yeah. One more time. Guys, we got about like 30 minutes, then I gotta jump off. I got a meeting to run to. What we'll do for the last 30 minutes is a little slow. Let's see if we get some free real estate. Let's go to your guys' backyard. When I say free, if I get you a house, it's yours. You can live in the house, you can rent it out, you can do whatever you want. It's your house. Now, when I say free, I literally mean free. You don't need credit, you don't need cash, you're not doing no down payment, none of that. So let's see what we can do. We got 30 minutes. Let's see if we can get. I don't know. Let's have a goal. 30 minutes is tight. Let's see if we can get 3 free homes. 3 homes, no cash, no credit. And again, you guys can live in these. You can rent them out. You can do whatever you want. I'm seeing Tampa. What up, Dom? I'm seeing Odessa, Texas, Winchester, Virginia, Marshall, Maryville, Marshall, Phoenix. Let's kick it off with Dom, Missouri, Iowa. Go Marcus. Dom was the first of the queue. Let me just hook him up. He's been in the community a minute. All right, Tampa, Florida. Here we go, Dom. Let's see if we get a free house. Today's like one of those days for me. Now I'm going to speak to a bunch of idiots. No offense, man, but a lot of these people, something's wrong with these people. They got more than a few loose screws missing. So we'll try our best. You know, a lot of time what these types of deals come down to is like, is the person cool, or are they very arrogant with a massive ego, and you know that's stopping them from learning something new. So we'll see. It's very hit or miss with these people. Massive egos with real estate agents. This is a free house, so if Tamasha, if that's how you say her name, Tamako, this should be free. Dom, you can live in this house. You can do whatever you want. Maxine, that's it. We're seeing Marshall again. A lot of deals, man. Mac, you should get in the group, and if you are, we should connect. There's, man, a lot of deals in Pasco. You know, I'm down here in St. Pete, but I've been looking at a lot of stuff. Newport, Ritchie, Hudson, Springdale. All of that has been good. A lot of motivated people up there. Time to get spicy. I'm not really in the mood to get spicy. I've been doing computer work all day, so I haven't been like, you know, the energy hasn't been there. That's why I'm trying to drink coffee. But I'm not ready for these people. Yeah, man. I don't know. I guess we'll give it our best shot with Tamasha. Tamasha Darling Robinson. All right. These people don't want to eat. No. All right, let me see if I can jump. A lot of opportunity. Here's another. This should be a free house. Needs work. We're gonna pass on that. Oh, hold on. In the wrong spot. There we go. All right, Dom. Let me see. I'll try 2, and then we'll move on. Short sale. This thing's free. So we can get Courtney on the phone. I feel like more times than not, it's the women. They're a little more cool. Like they're willing to open up, learn a little bit. It's a lot of the men, the older men, been doing real estate though. But it's always fun making those people look a little stupid. It's good entertainment. Let's see what we got. Today. San Marcos, Texas. Go Market Austin. We can do that too, man. Do that too. Anybody wants some real estate? Come on now.
Hi, you reached Courtney DeHaven with Smith & Associates.
Courtney sounds like a newer real estate agent. Under 5 years under her belt. That's my guess with that voicemail. So she might be cool. I guess we'll find out. How much is your mentorship? 0. You know, the reason for that is because we used to be a $50 a month group, right? So $50 gets you the community, access to the courses and the Zooms, which, you know, some of you guys are still paying the subscription that's really just for the course, but now I created a free version of the course. It's actually 7 courses total, all for free. It's maybe 20% of the stuff that for those of you guys who are paying, but I don't want to charge some low ticket thing. I'm just not interested in that. Kind of why that came about is too many people are getting scammed. Like I got into the whole social media thing 3 years ago, just about 3 years ago, and then you see all these other guys hopping on the train, right? Oh, I'm a seller community too, and they've been doing this for 2 years. No idea what they're even doing. And you know, I get too many people that are getting scammed in these other groups. Like, bro, you know, I got scammed by this group and that group. It wasn't worth the money. You know, it wasn't what they promised. I don't want people to be hesitant about me, like, so just make it free, whatever. You guys can jump in for free or really see how we get down, what we're about, and if you wanna work directly with me and have me just blow you up overnight, then fine, we can do that, but that's gonna be separate. So I'm not gonna, $50 to join the group. I'm over that. People that, most guys that are doing that, like that's their main source of income, I'm good. I can do it for free. And so I am. That's why it's free. Let's, Dom, I'm gonna try one more since we're in Florida. So, if you guys get in the group, like I keep saying, it's free, it costs no money. You're not putting in a debit card, none of that. You just put your name, your email, you're in the group, 7 courses, 5 Zooms a week. It's more than what any of these groups that are charging you a little fee to join. I'm giving you 10 times the amount. And I only know that from all the people that leave those groups and come to our free community. Just the facts. All right, 285 on this guy. Dom, I'm gonna try one more for you. All right, 215,000 on this. Oh, it's free too. How much is my you talking about my one-on-one mentorship? All right, here we go. See if we can get this one. Anybody want to sell some real estate? Try Hudson. Hudson, any corner, anywhere you look, there's a free house in Hudson. Anywhere you look. We just had a deal. It was in Hudson. Free house, Newport Richie, free house. Another one in Port Richie, free house. Nothing but free real estate in Pasco County. Most markets, but Pasco County's freaking something else, man. A lot of these people underwater, they can't sell the home. It's beautiful. Mr. Bill, he don't like to sell, or Phil, he don't like to sell real estate. All right, I'm gonna jump since it's real easy. Let me just jump to Hudson. Let's see if we can get somebody with a little common sense. Here we go. I'm in Beacon Woods, Hudson. Mac, I was just golfing there Sunday. Man. That's funny. I got my buddy, he's in Spring Hill. He just moved to Spring Hill. Alright, let's see if we can get Gabrielle on the phone. Here we go. Same thing. Nobody wants to answer their phones on Monday. It's crazy. I mean, look, I wasn't feeling it today either, if I'm being honest. I wasn't, I could do it whenever I want. So I was about to be like, no, I'm gonna just go golf today, take it easy. But, you gotta build up that discipline to work. A lot of the people, I've been working since 8 a.m. I'll be working till 7 o'clock tonight. But a lot of people, they don't have that discipline, that muscle. It takes time to develop it, but how much is the one-on-one mentorship? That actually varies. So, it varies depending on what you're looking for, but the thing I'll say is they make it affordable for anybody. So like I said, the one-on-one mentorship, that's a year long. So the only people I take, and that's the mastermind, right? The mastermind is the one-on-one mentorship. So it's a year long, it's 12 months. Again, we just set multiple milestones. I run with you as if you're my business partner, literally. So we meet 3 days a week on Zoom, phone calls on the other two days to fill in the gap during the week. But that's it. I know every deal you got going on, every lead, every aspect to you, your business, because I'm running with you like you're my partner. So if you've never done a deal, the whole goal, step one, within the first 90 days, check in hand. 6 months in, you should be at a place doing consistent deals by that point, so you're closing 1 or 3 deals a month. 6 months in, I'm taking you out of the job. You're out of the 9 to 5, done. And then 8 to 12 months, you should be that place of doing 15 to 30 hours in a month consistently. That's anywhere from 3 to 5 deals a month. Some guys, you know, obviously do more than that. Look at Grant Ryan. They were brand new 6 months in to $80,000 just on one deal, and 21,000 years. So they cleared 100,000 in 1 month in the mastermind. But, you know, those are the milestones. 90 days in, you're holding a check. 6 months in, you're out of the 9 to 5. 8 to 12 months in, you're doing 15, 20, 30,000 a month consistently, averaging that type of money. So that's what it's about, and I make it affordable for anybody. I don't take anybody on. I gotta believe that you do have what it takes and that it is a good fit. It's not some course you're buying. I'm investing a lot of my time into you. So if I don't think you have what it takes, you're not gonna be able to. I'm just gonna tell you. So you do have to apply for the mastermind. All right, let's see what we can do. We're in Hudson. Let's see if we can get this girl on the phone again. Let's see what we can do. Phoenix, Arizona. What up, Adrian? Good to see you, man. Davenport, Iowa. Nick, if you're in the group, connect with oh man, it's been so long. Sam's the kid's name. He's in Des Moines. I don't know how far you are from Des Moines, but he's been in the business a minute. It's probably been like 5 years, you know. I think he's been wholesaling in Des Moines, Iowa. He's killing it. Man, everybody at the beach. Is it even nice out today? You know, there's no lights in here. I got the windows blacked out, so I don't even know. Like, is it hot outside, cold? If it's right, some days I'll be walking out and be like, oh wow, it's pitch black. It's raining. No idea. Looking
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system
76, yeah, 76 today.
587. It's not available.
One more time on this lady. It really is, man. A lot of these people are just so freaking lazy. It's 82 and sunny.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
He ain't picking up. There's like 4 or 5 calls on him. Mac, I'll try one more for you. You know, half the bad, it comes into like 2 things. One, do these people actually pick up the phone? If they do they have a big ego? If they pick up and they don't have no ego, the deal is literally 90% done. Like, that's how good these leads are. You just gotta know how to play them. All right, Mr. Sean.
George Kittle, Lamar Jackson, touchdowns all on the blue, and our rookie on the blue, that's going to be Devin Leary.
I usually get them before they go on short sale. Usually I get them at least foreclosure. Since I lost it, I had a short sale since back in 2008. I really haven't done them forever. So that's really the only short sale I'm dealing with. I get a lot of them before they go on the market as an investor.
Yeah, yep, I'm over here in St. Pete. I do a lot of short sales. I did a little deep dive into this before calling you. So, I mean, if it falls through, I'm good at that 240.
It's a solid place. It dumps some money into it, but the husband is like, he's all out. He was like manic depression, like bipolar, and he just dips out and leaves for months at a time. And this time he came back and she lives on Social Security, so she just can't do it.
I'm with you. Yeah, all right, let me. I got to take this call coming in, but let me know if it falls through.
Text me your info. That way I got you, and then I'll shoot you a text if something happens with it because.
I'm really not interested in it at all, so you're the only other guy.
Alright, I'll do that. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
No problem.
Missed the phone call from Gabriel. Let's see if we can pull that one back up. Which one were we just calling? Here we go, bingo. Call this guy like, oh man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Called this guy 6 times. He probably thinks his house is on. He's gonna be a little upset. That's right.
Hello?
It is. It's Gabriel.
Yeah.
Hey, my name's Eric. I was calling you about that house on Horizon Lane here in Hudson.
Yeah.
Is that thing still going? Still for sale?
Yeah, it's for sale. That's for sale.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to pass on it. Sorry about that. Alright, buddy. Alright, here's the mistake I made. Sorry, Mac. As soon as I started looking at the photos, it got flooded by the hurricane. So, you want something that can be moved in with a tenant. Mac, let me see if I can get you one more. Do we call on this one? Nope. Alright, it's a free house with Miss Tina. And it looks like it's in good shape. Let's see if we can get Miss Tina on the phone, do a deal. Here we go. See a few more you guys join the group. I'm approving you guys now. There you guys go. Hey Tina.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
My name's Eric. I came across that short sale, the one on Carlton Road here in Newport Richie.
Yeah.
Is that still going? Still for sale?
It is.
Alright, awesome.
Still going.
Alrighty. I'm just a buy and hold investor here in St. Pete. I wanted to ask if there's anything like crazy going on that I can't see in the photos. Anything like roof, foundation, electric, plumbing?
No, the roof and foundation are fine. It did have flood damage. So it's going to need like a 4-foot flood cut throughout the home. I know.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Alright.
I know.
Trying to find something that didn't get flooded.
Yeah, good luck.
What
It's
else?
been a bad year.
Yeah. What's up with the bank? I see it's on for 150 days. Are they just too high with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they sent a appraiser out. They did a BPO, and they appraised it for some ungodly amount. They didn't even notate, that the damages on the house. So I'm currently trying to get them to do a second one to try to bring it down, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
All right. What's the highest offer the bank's turned down so far?
111.
Okay.
I know.
Wow. Alrighty.
I know.
Let me ask you this. I'm a creative guy. Maybe we can do something unique here. What is the debt balance? Do you know? Just like roughly?
I think she owes around 185. She hasn't been in the house that long. I think it's 185, if I'm not mistaken.
And what do you think this thing's worth, like minted out, top dollar?
I think if it were fixed, and I don't know right now. I would guess maybe around 225, 250 and that would be what based on what you did inside, because it is only it's a 3-1. So it only has one bathroom, and the square footage is pretty small. So the bedrooms are pretty small.
This isn't in Beacon, right? Beacon Woods?
No.
I don't know where the maps are.
It's in
Port Richey.
Newport Richey.
Here it is. I
It's
got it.
in, I can't think right now, but I can tell you in a second.
I found it on the map. I see it.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. And then what's everybody saying to renovate? 60 or more?
I think you're gonna need at least, I want to say 60 to 80 to renovate it. I mean, it needs, like I said, a flood cut throughout the whole house. It's gonna need new flooring. Probably gonna need cabinets in the kitchen. There aren't many, but it will definitely need that. It does not have central heat and air either. It has a mini split, and then it's got a couple of window units.
Okay.
The roof the roof is fairly new. The roof is like maybe only like 5 years old.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, my creative ideas are out the window. Short sale really is the best option here.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying, but you know, unfortunately, we're at the mercy of the bank. So, and then what I did is I made a spreadsheet, and I've been sending them every offer I've gotten, and I'm like, look, you know, this is where we're at. You know, you've got to do something here. So, we'll see.
Alright. Do you have any other potential like fix and flip opportunities?
I do not at the moment. I can give your information to some on a team. I think a couple of my team members do, but I do not.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Really anywhere from St. Pete all the way to like Spring Hill.
Okay, and what was your name again? I'm sorry.
My name's Eric.
Okay, Eric. I thought that was his name. I should remember that. Okay. All right, I'll share your information with my team, and hopefully maybe somebody will get something to you.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, bye-bye.
Nice agent. It's same story though. It's flooded. It ain't gonna work. And then I found out Odessa, Texas, please. Yeah, I got you. All right, let's bounce. For those of you guys just tuning into the live, what we're doing, we're getting free real estate. When I say free real estate, I literally mean free. The house I live in, free. The real estate behind me, free. Free is no cash out of pocket, no credit, no down payment, no interest. We're not going to the banks, none of that garbage. It just comes down to strategy, man. The house I live in, literally free, and this thing came with freaking like at least 80,000 in equity. You can't beat that, man. I got nothing. I mean, nothing is better than that. Period. All right, you want Odessa, Texas? Free TikTok coins. Nobody wants your coins. All right, Odessa, Texas. There really ain't nothing in here. Nothing going on. Yeah, we're gonna have to go quite a ways out. Here we go. 244,000. It's in good shape. Bank short sale, beautiful. Let's see if we can get Mr. Travis on the phone. It's been on 18 days, so we'll see. He may have gotten some 2 offers. May not. Small market in Ohio. Do that. Cole, what's up, man? Good to see you. Guys, I don't follow in order. I really, with this, I just go random. So, whatever catches my eye, really.
Hey, you reached Travis Herndon with Freaking Loft Realty.
I just got a few more of you guys in the group. If you guys ain't in again, it is free. Everybody that's running around charging for these groups, I'm hooking you guys up. It's 7 courses, 5 weekly Zooms, all for free. Just throw your name in, throw your email, you get the access. I just approved a few more of you guys, so when you do get in, take a look at the classroom tab at the top. That's where you'll find the free courses. And then the calendar tab, that's where you can see the Zoom schedule. I don't know, man.
Hey, you reached Travis Herndon with Freaking Loft Realty and True Asset Property Management. Sorry, I'm away from my phone.
Try one more time. Yeah, I think he's gonna turn a little into mail Karen, but that's right. We'll give it a go.
Hello?
Hey, this is Travis.
It is.
Hey, my name's Eric. I apologize for calling you so much. People just tell me this number comes to spam. But I'm just a buyer. I came across that short sale, the one you got on 77th Street.
That's right.
Do you have sorry for bothering you, man. Do you have a quick minute to chat about that?
Sure. Yeah. What are you looking for? I'm happy to help.
Yeah, I just came across it. I'm a buy and hold guy. So just looking at this to hold as a rental. It looks like it's in great shape. I just wanted to double check. Is there anything like wrong with it that I can't see in the pictures?
It's got deferred maintenance, some paint touch-ups maybe, flooring touch-ups, that kind of stuff. Nothing too expensive. I'd say the main thing is it needs a really good clean. It still has like a pet smell to it.
He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a problem.
I think that's probably the main thing.
I hope I'm wrong,
It's not a bad house at all.
He's gonna be an issue.
It just needs a good deep clean and probably a couple grand in touch-up.
Right. Let's do that.
how hard of an ask? I asked them before, they said no. If you want to leave, then I can ask them.
Is it just like they can't get another loan if they have this existing?
They're on a very, they're pretty committed. They're just like swap after window type of thing. So I don't think it's just something that they can, they're not going to short sell it with a sub two, and then it's going to be below their loan balance. I guess, I mean, if you're willing to pay more, maybe they do it, but.
Well, yeah, whatever the debt balance is, I'd buy it, you know, at that price. It would no longer be a short sale. I pay your commission, I pay all the closing costs. Maybe
Yeah, no, I'm doing some too, I get it. I don't think they're willing to do it, but I will ask for you, but I'd love to sell it, so.
let me know too.
No problem.
I do things very, very different than everybody else calling me, you know, pitching this stuff. I've been buying like this a decade, so if they're worried about due on sale or what happens if he misses a payment or them getting another loan, I can solve any problem they have.
Right, yeah, it's pretty much same documents from page 4, I'm sure. And you probably do power of attorney and all that, right?
A little different. Buddies with Peggy set it up. No.
Okay, gotcha. Do you transfer title into your name as well?
We don't have to if they're comfortable with that.
Gotcha. Anything else? Okay, let me hold on. Like I said, I mean, it's really up to the bank. I don't care either way. But,
Wait, so it's not up to the bank though, it's just up to the seller.
alright. Yeah, I think it'd be up to both. The winner's willing to do it. The winner's not willing to do it.
With
They got an attorney helping you, so the attorney's gonna review it.
the attorney, no, so we don't send anything to the bank, nothing to the attorney, and they have zero say. They can say their opinion, no, we don't want it to happen, but they can wipe their tears because it absolutely can't happen.
Right, they've got an attorney with the process, so he's gonna review it. I can't get around that.
No,
The seller has an attorney.
Oh, the seller's got an attorney.
Right.
I'm with you, the attorney with the bank. I've dealt with many seller attorneys that are like, no, this isn't a good idea, and then I educate them and they end up doing it. So see what he says. If he's not for it, I'd love to get him a call, and I guarantee he will do it.
Show these girls that I own them. Some call me Nikki and some call me Roman. Caesar, please, I'm in a visa. Just like he's a naughty, my own speaker. Sexy, flexy, that's all I do. If you need a bad bitch, let me call up yo. I'm throwing in them little mini skirts as hell. I see some good girls, I'ma turn them out. Okay, bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no puzzle. Bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Let's go.
So that should
fucking dude, I'm hungry. Holy shit. Oh, I thought the sun would be going down by now. The sun is still up. It is still up. We're still ripping. Let's go. Fourth quarter, guys. Let's get our second downtown out of this. Loads of rookies in here. And we got one out of one downtown, but loads of rookies. I like the bomb squad cards. We got that bomb squad both Knicks back there. All right, AJ Brown. We got Elijah Moore, Vince Ferragamo on the blue, Ivaki on the blue. Ooh, Julius Peppers, inductee card. I like that. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. That's sick. Nice little insert. We got Bucky Irvin, Jordan Travis, Darius Robinson, and Arvin Bates. Nice. Very nice. Fix that file. Nice. And we got a, was it a auto patch? I think it was an auto patch Julius Peppers yesterday. It was sick. That was from Illusions. That was from the Illusions hobby. I was like, holy shit, he was with the Panthers here. I'm a Bears fan, but you know, he played for the Bears. He was one of my favorites for sure, man. I loved him. It looks purplish. It might be a retro though. It might be a retro. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Let's throw these. Alright, let's do it, guys. Let's freaking go. Danny White, Alex Singleton on the blue, Justin Jefferson on the Elite Series. Maybe that's a little what I was saying. H.N., Caleb Williams on the blue again, bro. Bear down. And, let's see, Tyler Guyton, Spencer Rattler, Tim Rodman, the base. Feel that finest, feel that finest. I wanna go back to that, guys. I wanna keep whipping after this. Yes, sir. Back to back. Let's see. Oh shit, I saw the silver. That's gonna be a series or something. Oh, I got a little excited. George Kittle on the blue. Oh, that's Bo Nix on the silver though. Hey, very nice. Let's go, baby. That's a Bronco. Yeah, Big Jets here. Big Jets. Beasting. He is beasting. Lamar Jackson on the blue. Josh Downs on the blue. There's a rookie on the blue. Jalen McMillan. We got Estimate. Quinnon Mitchell. We got Jordan. And our base. Nice. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, yeah. We got a good love there. Nice. Nice, man. Yeah, well, let's look at the sim, man. Let's look at the sim. Wait, just look at the sim orders down there. Nah, way. Nah, way, guys. Yeah, we're gonna be a lot of shit. Alright, let's keep going, guys. We got Scary Terry on the blue. James Cook. Gabriel Davis on the blue. Barry's on the blue. Devin and Mary. Tyron Williams. We got Xavier Worthy. Anthony Gould. Devon Jalen. I'm like, you can't get off. Oh shit, yeah, guys, we gotta put a top spot is. Illusions Hobby stole the show yesterday. The people are loving the Illusions Hobby. But now we gotta fill top spot is. We have to. We have to, guys. Somebody close us out. Close us out. Alright, what we got here? Our base. Alright, let's wrap it up. Travis Kelce. Ooh, Terry Stevenson on the action all pro. He was the one who allowed Hail Mary. He Jonathan Brooks on the blue. We got Chop Robinson, Luke McCaffrey, Rasheen Ali. I know we've gotten multiple Coopers. So many teams, I mean 100 times. The Eagles. We'll have a recap of tomorrow. Recap goes up the day after. On the Dipsy. You gotta check that out for sure. There's so many cards I'm seeing. I know the downtown was Baltimore. We did get one downtown, and that was a Baltimore Raven. Lamar Jackson. Brandon Ayuk. Miles Garrett, all on the blue. We then have a Fashanu on the blue. Is that a bomb squad? A bomb squad, Corley. We got Devin Leary. JJ McCarthy, there we go. We got Maki. Yeah, Steve-O. I'm assuming you're shitting. Full assumption. Full assumption you're the Eagles. Maybe you just want to see the Eagles, I don't know. Holy shit, Cody. Holy Cody, that's all on you, man. That is all on you. Holy shit. It sounds like loads of fun, and I am down for loads of fun. I am down. Alright. I don't know about prices already. We got Bledsoe, T. Higgins, that's on the Samuel, Junior, hold on the blue. Jaden Daniels on the gridiron game. That's Justice, J.H. Justice. He's killing it. Oh, is that a J.J. McCarthy right behind him? Yes, it is, and that is on the blue, baby. Let's go. Alright, Steve. Like either your pick or your big Eagles fan. We got Roman Doomsday, Cornelius Johnson, Fotanu, and our vet base. It's a cardboard. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, four more baddies. No, it's over here. Those are good. Yes, we got color good. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Let's go. Yes, sir. Alright, guys. Alright. What are we doing here? This is finest Phil. 474. Is it Phil? We got Bourne. We got Patrick Surtain II. Tyler Higbee all on the blue. We got Correndo on the throwback. Bo Nix on the blue, baby! There's a Bronco. Big Jet. Again, man, Big Jet is feasting in this break. Holy shit. Let's go, man. Tracy Jr. There's Polk. And Arga Base. Cody, let me know if you end up getting that case though, bro. Let us know if you get any big hits. You should. It's a freaking case. It's a freaking case. I need to find myself a case of those illusion hobbies. Holy shit. That went crazy yesterday. I'll take some Todd's Finest too. I'll take some Todd's Finest as well. Both of those hobbies. Alright, here we go. We got DeAndre Swift. There's AR. Both on the blue and a Blake Corum on the retro. That's nice. There's a Ram. And that is Ant. Alright. Archie Manning on the blue with the Brendan Rice on the blue. Nice. We got Keelan Robinson. Tyrion Arnold. Casey Washington. And our vet base. Two times. Throw the damn Hail Mary with that last downtown. This is it. So this is wild. Oh, I remember that being brought up yesterday. Maybe yesterday. Yeah, the text message was like, isn't that the big TV? We're laughing over that. Those big ass TVs, you guys remember those? They had like just huge back on them. We got Ferguson, Quinn Williams, Jerome Bettis, all on the blue. Malik Neighbors color match on the blue, baby. There's a giant Patrick Mahomes. We got a Flaga. There's Correndo. Kate Stover. Yeah, those big TVs, like, you go over to somebody's house and they have them in the basement. I'm like, yo, how did y'all get Jackson, and our vet base. Holy guys, let's go, baby. Very nice. Let's go, guys. Let's go. You're free. You're on top of Trippy. Yeah, you know what to do. You know what to do. That's crazy, though. Yeah, there was, what, 30 in a pack? That's nuts. 30 cards in the pack. Holy shit. Yeah, I love that sticker. Let's epic go. Holy shit. Now we gotta do the recap, guys. If you're just hopping in, first off, welcome to Against Bricks. We rip football every single day. We are here every day. Ripping some straight heat. Is that right, guys? Man, there you go. Spider nose. Hell yeah. Oh, the Against Bricks. Let's do it. So we're gonna do a recap. That's what we do after we rip. You're new. That's what we do. Alright, let's get these. Nice. Lamar's going back up on the wall after this, though. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, love it, top up. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, sir. Holy shit. Geeked up, freaked up. Oh, nice. Yeah, man. Damn, we got Lamin us. Yeah, top up, top up. That's how we get to use those stickers. He is subbed. Put you down the holla, baby. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, just you're good. Oh, shit. The basement. Oh, my gosh. Alright, guys, this is break 471. This is the recap. Look, yes, Brooks. Wow. Hello, Jaden. I feel like we got a bunch of Jadens in here. He was not hiding. He was not playing hide and seek. Or maybe he was hiding and we just kept seeking him. Either one. Alright. Yeah, I love seeing these guys. Holy shit. Holy smokies. Nice. Oh, no, we're not. Hey, we're not. No, hey, no, I got out of here. Nice. Geeked up, freaked up. Recap, 471. Guys, go build top spot. I'm ready right here, right now. Right here, right now. Go check out the shop. Or grab a Percy, because once we start breaking, you know. Going back. Yes. I got the bullets and at least. Let's go. Yeah, that would have been easier for them, for sure. Let's go. How'd it feel over there? It's fucking sleeving, bro. 100 bags. Yeah, oh my god. We had the package up, yeah, that was wild that day. I remember that day. I went to the freaking massage parlor after. I had to get my back ironed out. Holy shit. Alright. So if they don't get 1 or 2 bucks, you think they might get 3 of them? Or is it just zeros? Just came out. Look at this recap, guys. We're still going. Holy shit. Let's go. Oh my gosh, my arm. Holy shit. I need a sling. Let me put my arm in a sling. Yeah. Nice. Alright, we got some bangers. Ba-da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Ah, Jaden, another one. Hell yeah. Bomb Squad, Retros, Silvers. Holy shit. Caleb on the blues. Onyx. Let's go, man. downtown, but that is saved for last. You guys are just joining in. You're gonna see that downtown we just got from the Fatties, Donruss Fatties. That's a sick ass gridiron king on that Jaden. I know, I like this. The headshot of it. It looks tight. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And our auto. Who's next? Yes, sir. Let's go, baby. Lamar Jackson. Eddie Oldie. I think I just got 15 packages from you guys. Eddie was a busy man. Eddie was busy. I'm gonna keep Lamar. Yeah, I'll just keep Lamar. Red beard, ribs. Holy shit. I'll get these guys back. Yeah, we got both of those today, man. Nah, we'll put those in. Let's go, man. We ship out next day, Break Buzz. We do next day shipment here. Alright, Redbeard, I'm getting your name printed out. You're going on the freaking wall, buddy. Hell yeah. Let's see. Hey guys, 474, the top spot is 474. I probably got some more scribbles to do. But I'm gonna put it right here for the visual as I type up Redbeard. We gotta get him on the damn wall. Oh no, I'm just put his name on the back with a break. I think we do something bad. We are good. Hell yeah, Redbeard. Oh, lots of candy. The Dennis is gonna hate. Dennis is gonna hate us. They're gonna hate you for doing it though. That is a choice. I love candy. I get 28 ounce of the gummy worms. Trolleys. That's an ounce. Yeah. Or is it? Yeah. 28. That's what it is. Holy shit. So this downtown right here, this came out of the 100 Donruss Valley we just did. That's going to Redbeard Ribs. And then the neighbors back here, this was a Percy, bro. This was a Percy. Holy shit. So is this. The Auto JJ on the green. Oh, mama. Oh, I gotta write down his ass. That was 471 for my guy. Very nice. Hell yeah. We put him on the front wall. You damn right, baby. Yeah, man. Downtown's going crazy here. They go crazy. And if you like that, guys, again, 489 92 Donruss Fat Packs with a mega. Get to the shop, get a team, and let me do some scribbling here. I mean, a sheet made 489, but let's update 474. The finest. I love finest. All right, let's see here, guys. We should be very, very close. So we got. Okay. So we have the Panthers, the Rams, Titans, and the Colts. So we have 4 left. Is that what the shop is saying, guys? Let me see. 4 left. We are very close. Oh no. We can make one for. What should we do here? Let's see. 471. No. That was what we just did. Yeah. 489. Yeah. All right, bud. You know how it works. So looks like we got 3 left up there. We got 1 and 2 going left to right. 1, 2, or do you want the bottom row? Top or bottom? Top or bottom? Oh, you got the JJ. You got the shoot. Ah, damn it. I just looked at the names too. I mean, that's just as fire, bro. Yeah, it was it was Danny. Danny. It was Danny with the neighbors. Bottom, got you. So it's 92 Don Rose, Mega. 92 Don Rose, Daddy. So put Daddy on there too. So we just did 100, but we're doing 90. Yeah. Yeah, so we get over, we're at 100. Alright. Let's do it. Let's go, Steven. Yeah, that's right. We're searching for the downtown still. That's right. Hell yeah. Let's do it, buddy. Good luck, Danny. Or Steven. Good luck, Steven. God, that's what happens after you do 100 fatties. Lose your mind a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Clover's in the chat for our boy Steven.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
EJ Bond, You'll take another JJ? I bet you would. Let me see what I can do for you, man. Bless all the packs. Here we go. We're ripping, baby. We are ripping. Wow, this feels so much different than what I just did. Those fatties were thickums. Alright, see a pinky. Definitely see a pinky. Alright. You're a vet base. Did you want your vet base? Lamar Jackson on the green. I think he took him earlier. I said he took him. I'm not sure though. We got McKinnon on the champ is here. There's a pinky rushing Ali. Follow that up with a Mims. And a vet base. I love the bass on this song. It's about to go hard. Yeah, well, okay, that's what I thought. Go. AJ Brown. He said, give it up to the kids. He said, he's a good man. He's a good man. AJ Brown. Give me the bass. Give me the bass. Oh, the build up. The song's building up to it. Oh, shit. Oh, we got Corley on the rookie phenom. Nice badge. Furious Slade Jr. on the green. Bo Nix on the throwback, baby. Follow that up with a Polk on the pinky. Michael Pratt. AJ. There it comes. Oh, there it goes. I thought the song, I was like, oh shit, I was ready for it. Let's go, guys. Come on, we're going downtown. Let's go downtown again. Brendan Rice on the green. Spencer Rattler. Who's a red wave? Theo Johnson on the red wave. Feeling wavy. We got Fashanu. And the red base. AJ. Let's do it, guys. Guys, we got break slide 474. We're going to the tippy top. We're only 4 away. Somebody's got to step up and close this out, man. We got to step up for the top finest. Yes, sir. Buy 3, get a free pack. That's right. Let's do it, man. Let's go. I'm going to show you guys around there, too. I gotta see what teams are left. Quentin Johnston on the green. We got Tyreek Hill, Cheetah on the Dominators. AJ Barner on the pink. Theo Johnson in our weapons. Come on, man. We got to build the finest. We have to build the finest. I'm ready to rip that. As soon as the floor is open, I guess. Let's do it. I'm ready. Alright, here we go. Come on, baby. James Cook on the green. Road to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy. Trotter Jr. on the pink. We got Blackman Murphy the second. And our vet base. Come on. Let's go. Last pack magic, Steven. Let's do it. Let's do it right here, right now. What do we got? What do we got? I don't know if it's a red wave or what. Let's see. Let's see. Najee Harris on the green. That is a Panini Instant Christian McCaffrey. Oh, it was a production line I was seeing. Bijan Robinson and Drake London. Oh, and a red wave. Jace McClellan. Love those red waves. They look pretty dope, man. Oh, and Andrew British right behind that. He snuck right behind him. There we go. And Steven, the floor is still yours, man. There's 2 boxes up there. There's 2 up there. Floor is yours, my man. Let's go. What do we got? This was a person. Yeah, man. Oh, Steven, you're good. All right, man. The floor is open. If anybody else wants a Percy, you see the 2 boxes on the shelf there.
Guys, okay, so there's 2 vendors there. One of them is one of break, one of them's on for Percy's, and there's more coming in, guys. There's more coming in. Alright, we get this next one. 4 left in finest, 474. Let's go, guys. That is all 4 left, and we're running it back. We are going to run that shit back. Let's go. Alright, we got some scribbles to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't get the money inside. Back, what do you think about you, bro? Want to get you on your brain, man? We got you. It's on, guys. Let's go. We got 4 left. Only 4 of the finest, I believe. Let's go. Who's gonna do it for us? I am waiting, Steve. Can't wait. What is up? George, what's up, bro? Welcome to Cancel Breaks. Welcome. Come on in, grab your team. Let's get the break. Let's go.
Matt, you get a freebie if you're here, buddy. How we feeling about the baddies, guys? How we feeling about the baddies? Let's get it. Baddies. One team, but I need 3 more people to come in. Oh, Steven said he'll take another top 5, but he needs people to go in on it with him. He's trying to find multiple closers. I like that. I like what you think, Steven. How's that? All right. What are we thinking? Motor down. 4, 8, 9. Holy shit. Oh, that's what the baddies. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Let's see here, guys. Let's see. Let's go, baby. All right. There we go. we are gonna send that on over, and that's gonna be break 474. I'm gonna make sure I tell them that, so they're not confused.
474, guys. 4 more.
I don't know the prices of. I'm gonna do these scribbles. Alright, yeah, we're gonna send that on over, man. Then we got the Jags. 489 Jags are out of here. Yeah, he's trying to close this out for 150. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah. No, it's 11 degrees on the laptop. Dumbass, get him out of here. We got a couple more teams, guys. I'm gonna be more scratching here in a second, but 474. Our boy's trying to close us. He is trying to close us. Steven, we're trying to get that number for you, man. And then when we switch it up, like you gotta rush, make sure you're not sniped. Let's go. Welcome on in, guys. Welcome to Cancel Breaks. Top spot is, I mean, very well might be up next, right? Very well might be. But we do have multiple breaks up. Let's go, man. Oh, there it is. We got 480. We have a sealed case of Mosaic Blasters. We're getting blasted. When it's sealed, that is when you know the hits are in there, man. Hits are in there. Let's go, man. Let's do it. 483 Prism Fatties. Are we getting fat again? We might be. I got my downtown. I'm so happy. Let's go, Eddie. Gosh, man. Jaden Dan, are you kidding me? That is crazy. Let's go, baby. Yeah, great. Graves Cooper, he is, we do have Steven trying to. We sent in the number. We sent it in. We're waiting to hear back from the big folks. Yeah, we're gonna get a number. Let's go, man. Or somebody just go in there and get it, right? What do we got? We got the Colts. The Colts are Top's finest. You know who signs? Adonai Mitchell. Latu. Anthony Gold. 3 rookies who signed. Peyton Manning signs. Anthony Richardson. Edric James. Dallas Clark. They signed. Alright, here we go. We got the Rams here as well. For the Rams, Blake Corum signs. Braden Fizz. Cameron Kitchens. That's 3 rookies who signed. They have Marshall Falk, Chris Long, Torrey Holt who signs. Holy shoot. Then we got the Panthers. Xavier Legette, Jatavian Sanders, Jonathan Brooks, Dylan Johnson, all rookies who signed. Bryce Young, Musa Muhammad. Guys, they signed. Let's get it. Get happy, great, but they drop. Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting. Play it back here shortly. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. And then we got the Rams. Blake Core. Oh, yeah, I just read the Rams. You guys know the Rams. The Titans. They got Sweat, JC Latham, Jabari Small. They said no. That'd be a negative. That's a negative.
That's a negative, dog.
It is a negative. These are priced to break, but we appreciate you tossing us a number, man.
The best we can do, 260 if you want them all.
All right. We heard it.
260, dog.
Let's go.
150 now. These are.
And you got that kaleidoscopic JD. Oh my gosh. Dude, that was a pretty card. Hold on, I took a picture of it. I take pictures sometimes. Let me show that. Yeah, dude. You hold that, bro. I saved it in my phone. I did do that. Let me show the people. Yeah, we got a Caleb on the orange. Look at this, guys. Look at that kaleidoscopic. Holy shit. That is crazy, bro. And then the Caleb on the orange is numbered to 25, 21 on break. Crazy. Oh, so you got like 4. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, that's good, bro.
Alright. Order down. 480. We get sheet for that one. Holy shit. Oh, I appreciate it. Nice. So, I gotta get this called up here. We got an order down. 489. The Cowboys are down. Let's go, baby. Let's do some scribbles here. Saints are both there. The Giants, after getting a Malik Neighbors, they're still sitting. Uh-oh, he might be hitting again. If it hits, it hits. Do I have anything in 474? Empty apple 474. Holy shit. Actually, we owe empty apple a pack, don't we? Oh shit. Well. Alright, empty apple. You get that. You were asking about it too. We got you. So we got two sealed. Which one do you want? The left or the right? Left or the right? What are you thinking? What were the three teams too? What they have? What teams did they have for 474? Empty apple. Colts, Rams, Titans, nice. Very nice. Alright. Get this out of here. Nice. Very nice. Alright. 4, 5. We got 6 of them. 1 through 6. 1 through 6. What are we thinking here? What are we thinking? 3. Sweet. Good deal. Good deal. And good luck. Let's see something. Beyond campus, give us the case hit. I want to see if they have case hit. Here, roll the hell out of this map too. Holy shit. After doing a hot dog. Let's go. Alright, we got Smith, Najuba. We got a champ, Bailey. And that is an instant impact. DJ Lag, right? Oh yeah. Color. Look at the color. That's what I'm talking about. And we got April Blake Corum. Follow that up with a Javon Bullard. Nice rookies. Let's go, baby. 4-3. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh yeah.
Hey, we just got Matt Yu, so he comes in here.
Oh yeah, we been still. Yeah, Blake Corum, I like Blake Corum. Alright, there we go. Some cleanup. Do some cleanup. Let's go, guys. Let's do it. Yeah, no problem. We got you. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, buddy. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go, baby. Alright, guys. Are we there yet? Are we there? Are we filled on the top finest?
There, guys.
Push us in. We are so close. We are so close on it.
Right there.
Top finest. Let's go, baby. Panthers, Rams, Titans, Colts. Let's do it. We got a bunch live. I mean, take your pick. What do you want? You can mix and match as well. Buy 3, you get a free pack. And oh, it's your last 10 downtown's pool. Last 10. Oh, I don't know about the last 10, but the last 2. We got Lamar Jackson from our 100 Donruss Fatty break. 100 fatties. That was wild. That was wild. We got Lamar Jackson. Red beard and ribs. He said he shotgunned a freaking beer after he got it. What a monster. What an absolute savage, though. Then we got Malik Neighbors. This was today as well. This was from a Percy. This was a Percy. And the best thing about that, we only have 2 boxes back there now. There were more earlier. There were more. And they sniped their mega box. They sniped the one. They picked it. They picked it downtown. They did that. Yeah, that was word today, Justin. Hell yeah. We probably gotta do some 480. Yeah, I think we do have orders down. Let's see. Guys, this is a sealed case, 20 mosaic blasters. We're getting blasted. We're getting blasted. Is a JJ for sale? That would be a negative. You would have to talk to Steven. You would have to talk to Steven. He got this out of a Percy. I should probably write Percy on it, a matter of fact. Now that I look at it. Yeah. sick. I'm feeling sick. All right. Nice. Ah, the Raiders. Let's go, Vegas. The Bears. Ah, nice. Let's go, baby. JJ. Oh, little Drake May in their life they want to bet. Okay, okay. Let's see what we can do.
Then we have Sandman Dan with the Broncos.
Nice, he's back. He's back for a Bo Nix. Let's.
I never came to the beach, stood by the ocean. I never sat by the shore, under the sun with my feet in the sand. But you brought me here, and I'm happy that you did. 'Cause now
Blasters. Let's get there. Where are we at on the values? We gotta get halfway. We gotta get halfway on the Domino's values. 92 values. I know, yeah. That's what we missed one, but I got the Panthers, the Rams, the Titans, and the Colts. Guys, let's fill the finals. I am ready to rip some hobby. I go crazy with some hobby. I want hobby. I need some hobby. Let's go, guys. Whichever fills first. All right. Hell yeah. Friday. Let's get it, baby. Order down. Oh, the Bills. 4-0. Oh, that's Becky. We should even have to click that one. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to Bills. Yeah. He's gotta talk to our boy. He's gotta talk to our boy Steven. From a Mercy, guys. JJ McCarthy on the green auto. Jared. We're about to hear that part. Who is Jared? He's gotta be somebody. No. Alright, let's do a little bit of this. Guys, 49 the values. You saw us in downtown. Let's square up some teams here. What are we doing? Guys, Malik Neighbors. We just got one of them. Shoot, we might get another. I think we just shipped out 2 or 3 of them today. It's like when we see one of these guys, it's like another 2, 3 come on. Just like the Tyreek Hill last week. We got the Cardinals sitting. They must be hitting. Marvin Harrison Jr., guys, he's got a downtown. You can get downtowns out of these. Who the fuck is Jerry? We got Lamar Jackson. We already saw him. We saw him out of the fatties. Why not again? The Baltimore Ravens are there. Let's go, guys. What about the Patriots? A little Drake May. What are we going? Patriots are there. That's crazy. The Broncos are here. Bo Nix. Hold on. Let's square them up. Maybe the people aren't seeing them. Now they do. Now they do. Let's go, man. 489. Break 489. Let's get it. Oh, yeah. Sweet. Mafia, Becky, I think you got the Bills in 474 as well. I know she got the Bills on something earlier.
Yep, 483.
About
480.
483 and 480. 483 and 480.
She's a freebie.
That's great. Oh shit. That's crazy. What's up, chick? Oh, that's crazy. The shit 2 or 3? She got 2 teams. go. Tons. Listen, it's 2 autos per box. But not only that. No. Not only that. You get patches in there. You get numbered cards. Loads of stuff. Oh, Becky got the Saints and the Bills earlier. Got you. Which breaks was that? Because they have to be for the 3, it has to be the open breaks. Was that the last one? Was that the, yeah, it needs to be the open breaks. For the 3. Let's see it, guys. Who's stepping up next? Who's gonna be next? Let's do it, guys. Panthers. 4 rookies who signed. Xavier Legette, Jatavian Sanders, Jonathan Brooks, Dylan Johnson for the Panthers, guys. That is a whole lot. But not only that, the Panthers, they have Bryce Young, Musin Mohammed, Stephen Davis. They all signed for the Panthers. Oh, the Saints in the Fat Pack 100. Oh, we got you. Let's do the Rams. What about the Rams, guys? Thank you. Sweet. Let's do it. Yeah, you gotta see it. 474. Let's do it, man. Let's fill it. And then for the Rams, up here, Top's finest. Loads of signatures. Blake Corum, Brayden Fizz, Cameron Kitchens. 3 rookies who signed for the Rams. We got Marshall Falk, Chris Long. We got Torrey Holmes. What are we doing here? How are the Rams sitting, man? You know what they say. If it sits, it hits. You damn right. Oh, shit. That's right, CJ signs. Holy shit. Chris Johnson, bro. Chris Johnson was a man for a little bit there. Nice. I'm gonna do the freebie for Becky. I'm gonna do the freebie for Becky. Let's do it. Big Tom Bex. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 through 5. Sunday we dropped. Oh my goodness. I will. We're nice to be in Illusions. Illusions were crazy. Was that Joel? That's Joel. I was just about to talk about Illusions hobby. Yeah, the reason I have with fun is the Illusions hobby. Just, dude, we're going so hard yesterday. There was one after another with those people were loving them. So now we gotta do the 5. We gotta get the finest in now. We gotta build this. 4 teams left. Yeah, Joel, what's up? Always have to double check because it says 4 poker cards now. Like, I think that, Joe. Yeah, dude. Okay. It's a little different. What are we thinking, Becky? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are we thinking here? Oh, Becky's back. Becky, 1 through 4. You got yourself a free pack. You grabbed your 13. What are we thinking here? Yeah, the Illusions. Top's finest. The finest product on the shelf. But for me yesterday, man, those Illusions, the hobby, it's right there with the finest. Man, like, it's right there with the finest for me. It's crazy. The finest, yeah, 2 autographs per box. Yeah, like I said, finest on the shelf, Joel. The fact they're both hobbies, that is how we know. There's gonna be some fire. Yeah, Becky. Yeah. We saw that. So you get a free pack, Becky. 1 through 4. Prism Fat Pack. Oh, you might have. But when you post the recaps, I'm going over to the Deuce. The Deuce. Guys, if you buy 3 teams, you get a free pack. Oh yeah, Matt, you gets a free pack. Come on, give us something from Becky. Give us a little something. We get Frank Gore. We get Jordan Love. JJ McCarthy on the green with the Wolverine uni. That looks nice. For the there, Jerry first. Oh, that's who Jared is. Oh, we got Eric Hall. I found Jared. I found him. There we go for the free. Hell yeah. Let's go, guys. A tush push away for the top spines. Oh my goodness.
Order down for the Broncos, 489.
Oh, 489, Bo Nix. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Very nice. I thought it was top spines for a sec. I got excited. But dude, I'm gonna be so fired up when we get top spines filled. Only 4 away, guys. Buy 3. Buy 3, get a free 5. Let's do it. 2. Oh no, there's so many odds. This is what I say though with the top spine is, if you're sitting there and you don't have a team, you're gonna see it and you're gonna be begging if we throw another one up. You're gonna say, please throw another one up. That was sick. That's how good the top spine hobby is. Let's get it, baby. Anything in 483? 483 is. Oh, 483 is still open. The Prison Fatties. Yeah, I'm on this tier. The chicken scratch. The chicken scratch. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Prison Fatties I've not crossed off yet.
Hey, order now.
Oh shit.
Nice. Sandman Dan being the hero for the Panthers.
Oh shit. Sandman Dan got the Panthers. There he is.
There you go.
Sandman Dan always willing to step up, guys. 3 more. Who's stepping up next? 3 teams left. Let's go, man.
Hey, you said we get it back 3.
Oh shit. Let's get it.
Can't beat that shit. We're back up crazy right now.
Almost in the shot. Alright. Let's toss this back up. Let's do it. Let's change that 3 to a 2. No, you know what? Let's change it to a 0. Oh, I'm ready to break. I'm ready to break, man. Let's go. 3 more. 3 more. That's right, Steven. We are right there, guys. A push away from a touchdown. Let's freaking go, man. I'm ready.
And those Seal 20 Mosaic Blasters, guys, they're gonna go.
Yeah, it's sealed. We know we're gonna hit. We know we're gonna hit. Freaking case hit. Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. And also the floor is open. The floor is open. It's open. Let's do it.
We start ripping, guys.
Yeah, once we start ripping, we're ripping. I've been told. What are we thinking, guys? T-Bone. Said home. Oh, you're home? You're ready? You're ready to break 2? Me too. I'm ready to break 2. Look at all these. Look at all these breaks open, bro. Let's go, man. 2, 1, 2.
What's up, guys? Welcome in. What is up? Street Breaks Live. We are about to close top 10 finest in a few.
Hell yeah.
It's going to close us out. I can feel it.
Let's go, man. I can feel it. I can feel it. Let's do it. I'm down. I'm so down. I want to put these hands to work here. I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to do a little bit of that. A little bit of that. You know, a little bit of that. Let's do it. Oh, shit.
Like I said, Troy Johnson, Will Levis, etc.
Let's go, guys.
Hell yeah.
We are ready.
Mitchell, signed rookie. Rookie signed also for the Colts.
How are the Colts there? Does it make a Manning sign? Oh, and Edric James. That endorsement on the Bears. Disgusting. Disgusting. Just not a very good quarterback. Order down! Oh, shit. The Rams going to MD Apple. Way to step up. The Colts, third down. MD Apple. Way to step up. Holy shit. That leaves the Tennessee Titans. Guys, if it sits, it hits. We might not remember the Titans after this. Oh, wow. Purple Haze. Shit, they got the Jets on. Oh, baby, they want the fatties. They want to get fat. They want to get fat. What is today? Magic Monday? Is it Conte Magic Monday? Is feeling magical? I'll call it that. Magic Monday. Let's go, baby. Alrighty. Order down for 489, the Cardinals. They want the fatties. That is empty apple again. We owe empty apple another free pack. Another free pack. Yeah, man. Who's gonna be our closer? Who's gonna be our hero? Holy shit, man. We got something to tell you. Hell yeah. Yeah, in a big way, bro. Holy shit, let's do it free pack. And now they get rewarded AAK sit on campus. Is that what it is? Oh shit, I see some color. What is that? That's not a thing, that's an orange. Wait a minute. Shake Flubber. What is another? Let's go, baby! Spafford. Oh, dude, that's sick. That's a nice auto, too. It looks like it says Becky. Becky, did you sign that? Becky, did you sign that? That's nice. That looks nice. Tim Tebow on the green. We got Luther Burden the third and Nelson Caesar. That was cool. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Hell yeah, for the free. For the free. Let's go, baby. That was fun, dude. Let's go, guys. Order down. Who's the closer? Steven, you madman. You're a madman. Let's go, Steven. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck, Steven? Do we owe Steven I'm trying to see. How many more teams did you grab? Holy shit. Our savior. Good shit. For the people. Steven did it for the people. First. Oh, got you. Let's go. Was that your third again, Steven? I'm trying to check right now. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. Order down. Yeah, the apple. Yeah, we saw that. We just opened your free pack at the apple, yeah. We gotta go through it. Nice, and that was 49. Let's go. Oh, nice. You want some elite neighbors downtown? Let's get it. Oh, perfect. Yeah, and the apple, you got the auto. That's what I opened for. That was for you. Yeah. Very nice. That looks sick. so impressed, seriously. Let's go, man. Nice. Let's get it. See ya, see ya, see ya. That works. That'll work. I had to squeeze in the now. Let me see now, let's see. Almost. Let's try again. Yeah, that works. Alright guys, let's go, baby. Got a couple down. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try and get someone when we do those fatties again. I'm gonna try. Alright, this is the light. The lights, you can get that in the shop. These have $3 in it. Those are pretty heavy. Oh, great. Oh, we got boxes. Stop breaking the slides and avalanche. Alright, here we go. Alright, there we go. See ya, see ya, see ya. Beer. Let's go, guys. Hey, let me know what you want to see. What do you guys want out of these? Let me know. Nice. Started lineups underway. Holy shit. 6, 7, 8 of them. 8 of these guys. Guys, we're gonna see 16 autographs. 16 of them. I'm fired up. This is Hobby. And this is Canceled Breaks, baby. Fucking slice and dice. Slice and dice like that freaking meat man. A CJ Auto, holy shit. Alright, nice. Let's see. Look at these guys. Let me see it. I'm gonna show y'all. Look how pretty that is. Look how pretty the box is. Holy shit. There's one. Let's go, baby. Let's go. See you on Mahomie. Mahomie. Dark Troopers looking for Drake. Ray Haven is back, guys. We are about to see some cards. 3-4-7-4 top spot is we did it, boys and girls. We did it. Oh, let's see some cards. Come on. We're gonna see 16 autos at least. At least. Yeah, hey, grab a water if you need it. Oh yeah, pop the popcorn. Yeah. In that movie theater, right? Same. I was looking at going recently. I didn't see anything I liked. Like, I don't know. I think I just wanted to freaking my wife wanted to see Wicked, and honestly, I'm not trying to be bogus, but I'm happy it was not in theaters anymore. She put it on Peacock, and they were singing a little too much. It's a musical. They were singing a little too much for me, man. I'm like, holy shit, imagine being in the theaters for 3 hours of that. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little too much. I don't mind maybe a little bit. Yeah, no, I feel that. I definitely feel Let's go. Let's go. All right. Yeah, man, we had some people step up. Let's go, guys. Let's freaking go. All right, so I'll show you the box. It's gonna be got 2 autos per box. Look for SSB main attraction, the man for the record in framed white. 10 cards per pack, 6 packs per box. You guys saw it. That's what we're working with, baby. All right. freaking doing it. We're doing the damn thing. I'm hyped. Let's see some cards, baby.
Let's go!
Break 7, break 4, 7-4, 49ers going to Michaela. The Bears going to Shuni. The Bengals to J95. The Bills going to Red Beard Rips. The Broncos Graves Cooper. The Browns Dino. The Buccaneers going to Greg. The Cardinals to Curtis Jackson. The Chargers Mad Cats. The Chiefs going to Steven. The Colts going to M Dapple or MD Apple. Commanders going to Shuni. We got the Cowboys going to Nick. The Dolphins to Joey. The Eagles and the Falcons to Big Jet. Giants Red Beer Ribs. Jags going to J.H. Justice. The Jets going to Steven. We got the Lions going to Chucky. Packers going to Steven. Panthers going to Sandman Dan. The Patriots going to Darth Trooper. The Raiders Shuni. We got the Rams going to MD Apple.
Yes!
Raiders going to Rams going to MD Apple. Yes. The Ravens going to Big Jet. The Saints to Steven. The Seahawks to Mark. The Steelers to Skeet Skeet. The Texans going to Trey Deasy. The Titans to Steven and the Vikings going to Noah. Guys, let's freaking go. This is Hobby. I'm hyped. Let's fucking go, man. All right, calm down now. All right, I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down.
Can't.
Gotta calm down.
I can't.
And guys, just a reminder: 480 sealed case of Mosaic Plastered. Let's get blasted. Case today. It's gonna be a case. It's sealed. It's freaking sealed. Let's go, man.
Alright. Lock in, lock in.
We gotta lock in now, huh? And we're gonna have to build this wall back up, and it's gonna happen with these. I promise.
Hell yeah, guys, clovers, clovers, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nice, very nice. Open sesame.
Open sesame.
So these.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So even the base are sick, bro. Is this your first time seeing these?
Yeah.
Yeah. These go hard. You're gonna be so impressed. All right. We got a rookie, Dallas Turner, Jonathan Brooks, Bucky Irving.
Buckster.
There's Hulk. And we got a Cooper DeJean, number to 35. 15 on print. Holy shit, that's an eagle. That's going to Big Jet.
Fly high.
Dude, Hobby hits. Hobby hits.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Fly high already.
Oh my goodness. Holy. All right. Whoa. Emmett Smith on the Dynamos.
Ooh.
Woo. Oh, someone's hiding. Hold on. We got Estime. Do that. Estime on the finest debut. We got Chad Johnson. And a Dan Marino. Holy, what a first pack. Yo, we're only one pack in, guys. We're only one in. Let's build that wall up. Holy shit. A Cooper?
A Cooper, dog.
You gotta be kidding, right?
No.
Alright, let's go. Oh, I'm feeling something. Yeah. We got Ray Lewis, we got Emmett Smith, Craig Morton, Fred Taylor, Jonathan Ogden, Otto, number to 25, 25 on print. Oh, the little end of the book. Dude, look at that Otto. That is a Raven going too. Big Jet. Holy shit. Big Jet eating again. Dude, that's nasty. And now we get an Xavier Leggett number to 200. 192 on print, guys. Oh, Hobby smashed. Yeah, the end of the book, bro. Barry Sanders, Dynamos. We got a Tom Brady. Chris Jenkins. And Siobhan Bullard.
Hell yeah.
Dude, this is crazy. Told you, man, this is some fire. Guys, Clover's in the chat. Clover's in the chat. Let's do it. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking get it. I know, I'm telling you, that's why they get it all, man. They get everything. The base are sick. Yeah. They go in there with it. We got Jalen McMillan, Nate Wiggins. We got Ricky Williams, Dallas Clark. We got Calvin Hill, Terry Arnold. That's a John Elway field general. Nice little insert there. Follow that up with, oh, this one's numbered, guys. Numbered to 99, 38 on print. John Elway field generals.
There we go.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. now. Holy shit. And JJ Watt. Yay. Yeah. Hobby. Love Hobby.
Hey, you've been so.
Alright, only last 5 and then we read.
Hey, good afternoon, Danielle. How you doing?
Hey, I thought you were ignoring me.
Nope.
What happened?
No, just really busy.
I know. How was your weekend?
Pretty good. Eric is. Well, we got 1,800 leads since the beginning of this year. We've been working on. So.
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So the.
Little, I could use a part-time job if you guys need an assistant.
Yeah. Yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, so with this, I was looking it over and I was talking to Eric a little bit. So originally, when Eric had first talked to you guys, he was under the impression that the new loan was done and complete. You were already approved for it.
Yeah.
And so under those terms, he was able to make that offer. And then what we found out was, and we were totally, I mean, that would have worked out great. I wish that still could work out. But when we talked to Kristen, he had then, Kristen had requested to speak with us, and then we did get Eric in touch with her. And then I think upon that convo with Eric, Eric was a little bit put off by the fact that the loan wasn't actually approved yet. So,
Not approved. Who told him that it wasn't approved?
I think because
The loan was approved. The only thing that was conditional is because we still had to sell the house.
Yeah.
Everything was approved already.
yeah, that is so. I think when Eric was asking if you were if the new house that you were going into was done and approved and all that, that was when he thought that you were already approved. So I think, and that's why he sent the offer he did, because if that being the case, if you're approved for that new house, your DTI is at a point where you can we could do the agreement for deed. And what we had found out was that was the only thing, and it's not. And then so when Eric had found this out from Kristen, we had another convo about it, and Eric had came up with the strategy to get your DTI down. And and we do have a whole program, which maybe even we still work something out, but that does that. And I had tried to explain that to Angie. I did explain that to Angie. I don't know if she had quite understood what we were saying. But if we get so this was post finding out that the loan was not approved. So this was kind of like a salvage operation, if you will. Like, we're just trying to make the best out of it. And so the strategy he came up with at that point was, well, Angie, we're going to work with them to get their DTI down. Sometimes the lenders will actually approve based on that, like just enrolling in the program. Basically a letter from the bank that says that, well, we're covering their mortgage, and this would be coming from our lender. And so basically we're covering your mortgage, and then sometimes it takes 6 months. Some lenders want 9 months. And then so what happens is, after they see about 6 to 9 months of the previous mortgage payments have been covered, they will not count that on your DTI. And so that was what we were explaining. Like, I was like, Angie, can we work this out? And that was, we've worked this many times, but I think what Angie was saying is that she wanted to do traditional sale. And so that had kind of, so then we were kind of like confused on, okay, so if it's not about the DTI, then what we'll do is, if we're going to traditional sale, we're going to call our lender. And so that Eric had requested that I talk to our preferred lender, which I had called him up. I give him the information, and he had basically quoted us that, well, to do this, we would just need basically a certain amount in reserves. And that was before we got, so he said that, and then I go, I'm like, okay, well, I'll see what they say, because I had to talk to you guys about this. And then I had kind of prepped you guys on what that meant, what that looked like. And all that really means is that if we're upgrading from bond for deed to credit sale, that and we would have to get our lender involved. And that lender had said, well, we need a little bit of reserves here, seller concessions in this case. And so he was like, that's fine. Just make sure you calculate the amount that you need to pay off their previous mortgage. You need the amount that Angie and Brian had given you. And then you need the amount that our lender needs for the reserves. And that had added up to that credit sale, the traditional sale amount. And that was the 288. So we had 198 payoff, we had 17 going to Angie and Brian, and then we had 73 in seller concessions. That was just in reserve. Our lender needed to see that that was left in the deal so that he could close on it. And then so when we talked to Eric about it again, Eric had stated that, well, he actually talked to Eric. Eric was like, well, they won't do. Sorry, you guys came back to us and told us that you won't do a credit sale. And then when I talked to Eric about it, he was like, we had a conversation. This was like was it 2 Tuesdays ago?
Probably.
Yeah, and so with that conversation, yeah, Eric had talked to all of us, and basically what he had found out is that they won't do the seller credit. So then that is where then it left us. Now the new plan going forward from that, discovering that, was he said, well, if they won't do the seller credit, they just want to do a traditional sale with no seller credit, which is kind of odd. Then and Angie had already said that the DTI program wasn't gonna work for this. That now he came up with a new strategy, and he says, well, I want you to find 3 lenders for them, and then keep the tenant, keep the listing up so you can get a tenant for them in case this goes, because we're about three rings in this, and we're finding out that a lot of the stuff we had originally agreed on was not the case, or changing. And we were okay with a couple things changing. I mean, and so basically the new strategy was get 3 lenders for them for you guys, and then get the tenant in place. So I had actually reached back out to you guys, and I kind of explained that we would look at getting new lenders, and one of those lenders was Rocket Mortgage had come up, a local credit union had come up, but at this point you were also working with Robin, a new girl at the a new lady at DHI Mortgage, right? So in this event, this was a meeting that me and Eric had about this about a week and a half, something like that, or last not this previous week, but the week before it. Anyways, and that was a new strategy. And so what I did was we actually looked into the Rocket Mortgage thing. The Rocket Mortgage thing wasn't going to work out. And then the credit union people that we had found out about is for you guys. You guys needed to do all that, but it didn't matter because that strategy, Eric wasn't fully updated on the fact that you guys had a new lady, Robin, at that point. Mm-hmm. And then so, and so basically, and then so then I said, okay, well, I'm just going to keep following through with this tenant thing because worst case scenario, we get a tenant for them. And because then you get and this follows up with the previous strategy of reducing your DTI. Because if we get a tenant in there, paying a little bit of, covering the note obviously, and then paying a little bit more, we just need about 6 to 9 months of that to get your DTI. That mortgage will no longer count against your DTI for the new lender. And so when this new strategy was, when that tenant moves in, they do that, they cover that. You guys maybe move in to a new place, which I explained to, we kind of talked over about it, and we've done this before, and Eric's solution was do a lease back kind of thing, and it was just it wasn't really gonna, I don't think you guys were ready to, I don't know if you're still ready to move into a new place and rent it. I had selected a few places, I'll be honest with you, when I looked in Scotlandville, I didn't see anything like ultra appealing. Yeah. So I wasn't like immediately hopeful, but I still gave it a shot. And but so there's still a solution here where we still reduce your DTI to the point where you will qualify for another mortgage. It would just take a few months, and that's still possible. But I will say, if you guys have a new buyer at a higher price anytime sooner than that, then I would say go with that.
I think at this point we've really exhausted all. I think we're just gonna go the traditional route because I wanted it to work out so badly with you all, because you're a phenomenal person, and you've been so diligent, and you've kept us abreast and in contact, and that's way more than the previous people did. And I didn't want to go the traditional route because it's like, we're living here, and then I didn't want people in and out, and then, just kind of, it's rearranging our life, but
sure.
And I can get it sold. I want to make sure that we have an adequate money for the closing costs and down payment. So I'm just gonna go forward with the realtor at this point. I think that's just the best option because it's so much back and forth, and because the closing is supposed to be April 30th. So that's almost a month away already. You know what I mean? So
sure.
Really
April 30th, not March 30th?
No, April 30th.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, a little time, but not a lot of time. And
sure.
I feel that land, because now she'll have to find another place, but...
Yeah, I helped her find a couple of places as well. This was top of her list, so... but yeah, now that it's going this way... Yeah, and So, and I think what it just everything it kind of from that point where Eric was under the impression that you were already approved for that new loan. I think that's where when things started changing from there, it just kind of became like this. Well, we'll try to band-aid this, and we'll try to fix it here. You know.
I don't know where you got that from.
Um,
Reason they put conditional is because we hadn't sold this house yet. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Or even James left. We were approved. It's just this house sale that was the issue.
Yeah, I know, I get it. I think what Eric was, so he was saying that when he had originally spoke to Freddie, that I guess he was telling Freddie, like, if you already have that house picked out and your title's already approved, or you're already open title and your loan's already approved and you're already doing this, like, we just want to make this as seamless as possible. And that, I guess what he was thinking is that, well, he's saying, like, if your loan's approved and you already got the house, we know how to do this, where we get you, you know, and then I guess, yeah, it's just that with Kristen and Brian, I guess it ended up, changing.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And that's what Freddie and I were saying. It was like, it seemed like when James was there, everything was cool. Everything was smooth, you know, and then it's like, boom, Brian. And he was okay, but he was kind of like rough around the edges. And then Miss Robin is here now, and, you know, she's nice, but she's a bulldog too. So in the most respectful way, so we're just trying to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's, just so that we can get to the finish line, because I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted in every possible way. This has been a very stressful process, way even before you became involved in it. It's just, I just want to, like, get it. I want to get this house sold. I want to get out, and I want to move, and that's it.
Yeah. Totally get it. And that's what we originally, the first conversation we had with Freddie, that's what we thought was going to happen, like, that week, that day. So, yeah, we were ready for that to go through. Yeah, it was.
Diligence. I mean, you've been phenomenal. I would, you know, I mean, I don't know if I would ever do the investor route again if I had to, because it's just been a lot. But
yeah,
as a work with you again, you know.
That's, yeah. I think it's been a great process so far. The outcome, you know, it's questionable, but I think the overall relationship and the, like, just everything that's been going on, I think it's been pretty positive. So.
1,000%.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do still, obviously, I'm wishing the best for you guys. Still open to help in every way we can.
Okay.
And we totally understand that if someone's offering more and a sooner date, we want you to follow through with that. So, and I think Eric wanted me to basically get just ask, like, if you ever do go the investor route and you ever do go with us again, I think we will try. This doesn't normally happen. Typically, this all works out really smoothly. So, yeah.
Lucky us.
Yeah.
What? Twice.
Yeah.
It's not for a sense of humor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Let me tell you something. Thank God that God gave me a great personality, because I don't know where I would be if I didn't have my sense of humor. I'm telling you. Because, it's kept me sane many, many, many days. Many days.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And
just might, you know what I mean? We're gonna try this route, you know, see. Hopefully somebody will like it and buy it quickly.
Yes.
That's what I'm praying for.
Yes.
Get that prayer from tonight, because
Yeah.
it's just like, God, here, take it, please. It is a great house. I mean, I can't even. It's a great house. I mean, I fell in love with it from the second night I saw it. I was just like, oh, and I prayed and I prayed. God, this is your house, and it has, and it is.
Yes.
You know, it's just, the season is over. It's just time for something else now. So
Definitely.
I'm just ready for.
And we were prepared. Our strategy was to basically keep you guys as the, you know, owners in a way, and then but taking the mortgage load off your shoulders.
Yeah.
And so and yeah, and sometimes like this works out so well where sometimes the original owners, it's been the case where Eric has basically given people the house with a bunch of equity in it that he built up just back to them, just because he's just that kind of sometimes, not all the time, but you know, it's. And so if that would have worked out for you guys, that would have been a blessing, you know. So and we were prepared for everything to work out. So put it on this market, see what happens. I'm still here. We're A1's going to be here with you the whole time. You need anything, reach back out.
I will.
And yeah, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll even keep you in the prayers.
Thank you. We need-
Definitely, Danielle.
Thank you, Michael, so much.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, thank you, Danielle, and enjoy your evening.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Straight on the state, 22 on that Paris, baby, got strippers tits in my face,
dit divorce. Qui dit proche te dit deuil, car les problèmes ne viennent pas seuls. Qui dit crise te dit monde, qui dit famille, dit tiers-monde, qui dit fatigue, dit réveil. Encore sous de la veille, alors on sort pour oublier tous les problèmes. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors qui dit études, qui travaille, qui dit taf, te dit études, qui dit argent, qui dépense, qui dit crédit, créance, qui dit dette, te dit huissier, qui dit assis dans la merde, qui dit amour, qui dit gosse, qui toujours et dit divorce, qui dit proche, te dit deuil, car les problèmes ne viennent pas seuls, qui dit crise, te dit monde, qui dit famille, dit tiers-monde, qui dit fatigue, dit réveil, encore sous de la veille, alors on sort pour oublier tous les problèmes. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse. Alors on danse.
Wait, what's that? Yeah, no, I told Danielle. I told Danielle for sure the whole strategy. She knows. They're with me on this. They haven't got anybody else. Yeah, they haven't got anybody else to help them on this, and like, so it's like, why would they stick them with an adjustable rate after they were already approved for a fixed low interest rate? Like, very unfortunate. Yeah, and so
Daniel and Freddie and try to. Like everyone's just pushing it away at the brokers.
yeah, I mean, what's really nuts is that they were telling me that they didn't have enough money, and I'm like, how do they not have enough money? This contract pays them an additional $200 a month, and if I give them the tenant, just give it to them, and take no money for myself, that pays them an additional $300 a month, even more. And they didn't have anything. They were just like, they don't want to work with investors, so that's on them.
Eric's gonna be in for something tomorrow on the Zoom. He's gonna be like, what?
Dude, when Eric knows what's going on, he's gonna be like, dude, that is just impossible. They're being impossible.
They're not doing their job.
They're not even trying to work.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're not even, that's not even remotely reasonable. Start throwing adjustable rates all over the place. Like, when they were approved for a fixed, first of all, you guys told us, you said that they were approved for a second mortgage. Then you found out there was more money involved because you found out that we were buying it, investor, and then you jacked up the rates. You basically, there, you know, if that was the title company, you know what, mortgage company, the only reason the lender is able to get away with that, because you realize if they were in a contract and they opened title and we had the contract penned with them, that like if we were in contract already and we went to title and we had it open and all this contract stipulated all that, you can't just change the terms of the contract in the middle of the transaction. The only way to do that, and Eric has one of these contracts in his list, but what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to file an addendum. You know what that?
And isn't that like something against the house, like a lien almost?
I think you're thinking of a memorandum.
Yeah.
The memorandum is, to protect your any interest or whatever. That's just, you have to get paid if they sell the house, or they can't sell it until you get paid. But that's not necessary. No, an addendum is where, in this case, like I'm saying, like the mortgage company, they approved them for the first mortgage, and then they changed it afterwards. If you opened up title and you went into contract and you had an agreement, like a purchase sale agreement, at a certain price, and then you went back and you said, well, we're changing our mind, you have to file an addendum. And what the addendum does is it basically changes the price. It's kind of like an amendment. Yeah, it just lets them know that there's a price at that. Yeah, and I'm actually going to pull up the whole addendum thing just to refresh my memory exactly how it works, because I haven't heard of this in a while, but I know that Eric is with it like almost every day. I'm pretty sure he would know. What is a price addendum? Yeah, change the agreed upon price. It's kind of like an amendment. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. It's kind of like an amendment. The price addendum is a document that can be added to a contract to change the agreed upon price. It's kind of like an amendment to the original contract. You use this if the cost of materials suddenly went up, or if there were unexpected expenses the buyer or seller didn't plan for. Yeah, so that's what should happen. That's why the mortgage company should be held for that. They should be definitely expected to file an addendum, because they changed the terms of the agreement mid transaction. Only way to do that is with an addendum. But that's what's really weird. Like they don't really have to do that, I guess. I mean, they should. That's because they're the lender and not the buyer. But what they should have done, what Freddie and Danielle probably should have done, was got the contract written up and signed and filed with title prior to us coming in on the transaction, because then you could hold them. Yep. Then you could really hold them. And I knew it, dude. There's a red flag when this transaction. When I was talking to, first of all, the boss of the company, he just totally refused to talk to me. Said he wouldn't talk to me. We requested that he do talk to me. He said he's not talking to any wholesalers. So then he got me in touch. So then I was like, well, I got to get something from somebody, because I'm writing up this contract. And so he gets me in touch with an agent. And so the agent calls me, and I'm like talking to him through the agent. And the agent, I'm like, look, you got to give me an exact amount. I'm writing up a contract for these people right now. Bro, they would not give me any exact amount. They were giving me roundabout numbers, and I was like, "Are you sure that's the right number?"
You need to fill the contract right now. You need the exact number.
Yeah, yeah. And
you can't go back and change the contract.
that's you know that's what I should. That's what I was saying. This is my first red flag right there, because they got to understand that if the price changes later on in the transaction, there is an addendum that needs to be filed, and that's not just like something that's like that easy to do, right? I mean, so it's like they didn't know what they were doing, I guess. So the lender, and then now they're just like, unfortunately, I mean, for Daniel and Freddie, they only want to give them adjustable rates. But I think what we can do is we can find them a better lender, and also in this transaction, I'm actually going to get them more money than they originally anticipated on getting. Yeah, I mean, I have it contracted for the 288, and that seller carry pays them around $200 a month. But with the tenant in place at $2,400 and their mortgage is only $2,000, I'm getting them a little bit more than $300 a month instead of the $200. So I'm paying them more because the tenant. Yep. Yep, and I lined up this. I had 15 applicants for that thing, or 15 people reached out. Only 2 people filled out the application, but she's got twin daughters and a son, and it's right down the street. Yeah, and that would have been a great deal. And that tenant's still lined up for that place. I was just finding another place for her around there, but because the new closing date for Danielle and Freddie all of a sudden is now April 30th. Yeah, wild. Well, yeah, it was supposed to be. Yeah, that's right. When Eric had first done this, it was going to be basically March 1st.
Yeah.
March 1st, and then I guess things were just, the lenders weren't really working with it. And then and then the new one was March 31st. And then I just spoke with them like a little bit ago, and they're telling me April 30th.
It puts them at the contract, so you have, I guess, more time to just taken care of. You know, I mean, it shouldn't have to go to April.
It shouldn't. I'm going to call Marty. I'm going to see what he says.
Oh, okay. It's good old Marty. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we, the deal with Marty is that, he's got that, you know, that spot in St. Pete? You remember Marty?
The Clearwater one, yeah, I remember before.
Yeah, I'm still working through with this, and yeah, so what he wants here, the trick with this one is going to be finding out if Ty follows through with this. And the thing is, even if Ty doesn't follow through with this, we can actually close this without Ty, because Marty technically has enough equity to sell a carry.
Wow. Yeah, I want to see how it's done with Ty. It's been my first time, I guess. You know, Eric preaches it, he says that's how you do it, but I'd be really curious to see how it all lays out for the first deal.
Right, so what'll happen is we go to this title company, which is, I'm going to find out which one it's called. I'm pretty sure it's Bridge Title. Yeah, Bridge Title and Escrow. And so he wants to wire, so he wants to open title with Bridge Title and Escrow. He wants $10K wired for it. which is not the end of the world because we're getting a $60,000 interest-free loan.
Right.
The problem I have with this is, now this is what we could do. We don't necessarily have to close. Another thing he can do is just let us kind of, I mean, maybe the novation agreement might work where no money up front, we go in, do the rehab, and then once we sell it, we pay him.
Yeah, that makes, yeah, it would take what, probably, or like a month or so to do everything, probably.
A month?
The proceeds of, after you sell or carries it, and then that's the lump sum, I guess, right after the project's done.
Yeah, it could take a month. No, I saw your write-up, the listing.
Which one?
The one you sent.
Listing, yeah, for Craigslist or Facebook.
I'm pulling it back
For
up.
water, yeah. I was just working on that on AI a few nights ago.
Yeah, because this could work. Looking for some spacious place to call home. Okay. Yeah, you know what will happen with this? Yeah, we get a renter May 1st. That renovation has to be complete, like, basically April 30th.
Yeah, like,
And then if it's 55K, it is like the 55K. I think the only way to do it is get Ty to jump in on it.
Hard money guy on that day.
Yeah, because footing 55K right now up for that place, and we're not even there. Be pretty nuts. Because working with those contractors, it's like you gotta really know them. If you're just gonna like send money from over state lines and stuff like that, which I've done before, but you have to really trust the contractors, because they're like, well, where's the guy paying us? And then they just get money sent to them, and they're like, you know.
They can do whatever. There's no
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even. That's why every time I do these jobs, I'm always hands-on. And if I'm paying, I tend to like to pay. I never pay like anything large up front.
Right.
I always try to pay weekly at the top. Like, ideally, I give cash at the end of the day. That's the most ideal situation. Now, in the case where there's a certain amount of material that has to be loaded up and dropped off, transported, and there's could be days in between that material arriving on site and then the next load of material arriving so the job can complete, that's when you might consider paying a weekly amount to those contractors if there's any like overlap where there's like 3 or 4 days where all the materials won't be there, but they can do some stuff, then you're basically looking at paying them on a weekly rate. But most of the contractors I work with, yeah, I always get the bid up front. I always get the bid, the estimate all up front, and I make payments on it until the work's complete. It's stages. That's really the only way to do it.
And make sure they get the job done through the getting paid weekly, because you don't want these shady. Yeah, that's
I mean, there's really nothing.
Using, so.
I've seen it happen so many times. I mean, there's really nothing to stop them from. The crazy thing is, they could take the money. If you give them like, let's say you give them like 20 grand to get half the job done up front. Well, the second you give them that 20 grand to do that, you basically start. It doesn't matter what your schedule is, because their schedule now, like, it's on their time. So essentially,
So they have more control.
Yeah, they could take that 20. They'll say, "Oh, we'll get it done in a week." What if they don't start in a week? And then, and they have the 20. And the crazy thing is, most of these contractors, especially, there's a lot of outs for them. So, what they could do is, as long as they continue to promise that they're going to do the work, there's really nothing there's nothing to make them do it, which is really nuts.
It's just like a pen on paper.
Yeah.
Like that.
Never really want to pay them a huge sum of money up front unless they're highly reputable and you've worked with them, good track record. Because they know it. Most contractors know it. They know if you give them a large lump sum up front, they can just basically, you're on their schedule now. So always try to do, that's why the banks require, like most hard money lenders, require a draft schedule set up like a month prior to closing that loan. Some hard money guys will give you working capital, and then it's up to you to disperse it properly. And then the credit lines they usually issue. Like I haven't seen how Ty works yet, but I'm too careful with the dispersing the funds. I'd rather be on site, job, in person, just basically making sure the job gets done step by step. These jobs, dude, this is nothing complicated. This is so simple.
Used to that one that would take longer and the classic timeline, quicker. So
Yeah.
you've seen harder jobs, I guess. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can literally take a patch of dirt, turn it into a big concrete mansion, basically. I know every step of how to build a house. But this stuff is small stuff. This is not like anything like that,
1,300 square feet.
Yeah, this is just like sheetrock at best.
Duplex, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and then those bigger projects, like if you have to build new construction, those are much more in depth. And you can do it, you can oversee those, but the drafting schedule gets pretty nuts. But yeah, I would never give the contractor upfront cash. Unless it's like max, I like to do 1 week. Some contractors will try to say, "Oh no, I need 2 weeks up front," and I never pay a month up front because they don't even have to start that job until the end of the month, and then technically at that point you're now chasing them.
And I you do it for a week. I get paid a weekly, or I walk and find another contractor.
Exactly.
And do it. So, do you guys want to work with me on this, or do I need to go find somebody else?
Luckily, a lot of contractors nowadays understand the game, and they like working with people who know the game. And if you just talk to them about it, a lot of these guys actually like the fact that you show up on site, like before the job starts and when it closes. That's what I've noticed. A lot of the guys I work with, they really appreciate like if you show up and kind of oversee it. They don't not micromanage it obviously, but just that you're there. Most of the time, I think I was telling you about this, I'll bring like Capri Suns and like Slim Jims and Gatorades, sometimes tacos, whatever it is. And that helps get the job done really well. Yeah. Pretty much the best thing I've ever. I mean, if you really want to oversee. But yeah, in this case, this small drywall project, at a certain point, it's like, at what point do I just do it myself? But it won't ever get to that because I think we'll have. First of all, I think Tampa is going to have a lot better drywall people than NOLA. Yeah. I mean, the drywall people at NOLA are great. I love working with them. I told you I speak a little Spanish because I work with them so much, and that's really the best way to contract it. But if you find good contractors, it really comes down to what's your budget. It really comes down to the budget. But I'm not putting like $55K for that thing. I would not give a contractor $55 up front. Yeah. That would be staged pay at best. Best case scenario.
Marty's already got a guy he's working with, so that makes him better.
Well, that's interesting, right? Because if he already has the guy lined up, then it makes things a little different. Because what can happen is we can open title, and then he doesn't even like. He can. Another thing that he can do. Another thing we could do is we can actually take. We can change the whole contract. It hasn't been officiated yet, but we could do is we can take the $55K out of the 200 that he's saying, and then actually, would it even be better? Let's see. I'm reading this contract again because I'm probably gonna call Marty. I'm definitely gonna call Marty, but so what he's saying is, yeah, the hard money approval letter. Okay, let's see. This is Michael.
Hey, Michael, this is Lincoln. I was actually calling you. We had spoke a while back about some properties in New Orleans.
Sweet, Lincoln. Yeah, I think the two Latchamy, is that one of them?
That sounds like it. That's yes, sir.
Yes, I checked them out. Didn't see anything overly appealing. Do you have anything else?
Absolutely, man. Do you buy everywhere?
Yeah, just in the NOLA market right now.
Just in the, you said so, like just New Orleans.
If that's what you got. I mean, I'm also in St. Pete.
Oh, okay. As far as New Orleans, I've got that one Comanche, and then I've got a duplex out there. Is that something that you would look to pick up?
Yeah, you can shoot me the duplex.
Absolutely, man. I got as far as the duplex goes, it's it's turnkey. Price range is like 310 though. Is that you buy that much?
310 duplex. It really depends on where that's located.
It's actually right down the street from that one. But as far as like what it's generating about 3,400 on that.
3,400. You want 310? That'll be tight, but I'll give it a look.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, whatever. Like the thing is, the way I like to do business is like just come to an agreement on the numbers, and then we can figure out like where a realistic offer is, so that everybody can win. Right. So
yeah.
Let me shoot that over to you. On when you're talking about the Comanche Street, what do you mean? Nothing appealing on it. What's kind of your goal on picking one of those up?
Yeah. So the idea with the NOLA property was trying to get something like a duplex. It's got to be multifamily, and I mean, I really didn't want to go lower than 4 units.
Oh, okay. I think you like this one. I think you like this one on Blood Street, honestly, even if you're trying to aim for lower unit, higher units.
Sweet.
So on that one, I'm going to send you over. Okay, yeah. Are you out in New Orleans?
Yeah, I got boots on the ground in NOLA. I'm in there. I'm boots on the ground. I fly in and out a lot.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like just a sometimes $35 flight from Boston.
Oh, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. How do you like it out in Boston?
It's all right now.
What makes you say that?
It was like the North Pole the last couple of weeks, but
Oh, jeez.
yeah, it's getting a little better.
Okay, I was going to pull your number. So.
But yeah, I'm in the St. Pete spot. It was actually right before you called. I was about to call a fix and flip in St. Pete.
Okay, got it. Yeah, if I have anything else out there, I'm actually going to send it over to you. As far as this one specifically, are you sitting by a computer where we can talk through it right now, or?
Yeah, if you shoot it to me, I was actually trying to get on the phone with this guy about this fix and flip. So if you text it to me, I will text you back and give you some info on it.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
Sweet. Later, Lincoln. Yeah, basically, yeah, he's, let's see what's going on with this place. Yeah, because, a lot of good properties. $310 for this. Oh, dude, I don't know.
$3,400 a month.
I don't know if he's gonna get this. That is tough.
Cheap for a duplex.
Yeah, not in this area. I mean, you'd be, I don't know anybody paying that much for this. This might go for $220 if you're really lucky.
Oh wow, you said $250 though.
Yeah, $250. I mean, I've seen a couple just like this go for even less than $220. So, in this area, and so and they're just like that, duplexes, shotgun type style. No parking. Yeah, this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's street parking, right? So that's the thing about. Yeah.
If I don't like street parking, they're paying a premium for it.
Right, they'd rather. Yep, definitely. Yeah, and it's not like it's right on the bus route or anything like that. Some people are okay with not parking if it's like by a bus route, streetcar. They'll just walk. But that's rare. Not everybody is gonna be like that. Most people want to park their car on the off the street on the property.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and so it's gonna be tough. But I'm just looking at these right here. The issue with this is, yeah, they're just overpriced. They're gonna have to come down because there's no way to exit. If you buy at 310, bro, you'd be lucky to exit at like 250 in a couple years. I would never. I mean, basically you're buying it just for the cash flow, and 3,400 is for a duplex, not super compelling. Really, what you need from the duplex are you really want about $4,000 to $5,000 minimum per building. That's why I say most of the quads, I don't like going anything less than 4 units, because each unit can rent for about $1,000, and you're right there at the $4,000 a building. Range, sometimes you can get up, like 1,500 a unit, and then you're at the $6,000 a building, which is really good if you can do it. But that's pretty much the max. Anything over that, it's not really an investment property in that area. I mean, it just gets really hard to rent multifamilies at anything more than like typically $1,400 a month gets pretty hard. I know some people.
3,400.
Yeah.
How are you gonna find somebody to find a renter for that? It's kind of hard enough already.
I think the thing is, well, I know basically the second people start reaching that $2,000, $3,000 range, they're not living in townhouses or anything. Like, they're looking to get their own house. Yeah. Yeah. And so so it gets really tough. But I'm actually looking at it here. I think another thing he's thinking is that this is supposed to okay, yeah, he's on Florida Ave, bro. That's a tough one. But let's see what we got. I mean, the main thing about this is it's basically the end of the lower Ninth Ward, which is also really bad for flood zones. Like this place during hurricane season gets flooded. So, and I think they built it up a little bit, but it's not built up anywhere near enough. The whole next flood, the whole downstairs is going to be gone. So they would this would have to get either raised up higher, which is impossible. Basically, most of these places like this, they downstairs can't be really livable space. But
You gotta have a window down there.
yeah, kind of like that like the one with Marty. I actually got to call Marty. That place is way overpriced. I wonder if the contract is negotiable though, because the only thing I could do with this is try to get a tenant in there. I don't even know why they would even sell this. I mean, I know why. They're trying to get 300 grand out of it. It's not going to sell for no 300.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at some other places. Right? Townhouse duplex living. It's a stackable. It's not even a side by side. Now the other issue is that you got to get, so with this kind of arrangement, yeah, 310. I don't know how they're thinking 310 would even be. I think I'm looking at some other places. They're in the 200 or less. I mean, I'm looking at one for 130 right down the street. So it's tough. The only reason they're saying 310, and I see why they're saying 310, because they think that it's got some like nicer touches to it inside living. So they're like, yeah. So it's not gonna. I really, these kind of contracts I want to work out because there is a possibility something gets worked out. I mean, I don't think anybody else is gonna get realistic. My tenants. If I get tenants in there, would they pay $1,700? Probably. It'd be tough to expect that much from these guys, and the non-street parking's also, yeah, not gonna work. So I don't think there's any deal there. I'm going to Marty's deal now. Let's pull up the table. So Marty's saying, I carry 62.9 interest free 12 months, 200 at closing. I take 200 off the back end. That means you're in a 500K neighborhood property for as little as 242.9. That's insane value, especially when you know the right contractor or crew. I feel like Marty's wholesaling this.
You think so?
It's pretty interesting, right?
That's crazy. So he's not the owner. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I thought he like lived there.
Okay.
It's very interesting. I mean, the way that sounds there, yeah. Or it was like other guy from A1 Assets that thought that was him that wrote that up. I guess.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the hazard insurance because he wants hazard insurance in Florida.
I remember reading that too.
Yeah, so gotta get a quote. Owners, dwelling portion, homeowners, yeah, what it covers. Yeah, it's just because he doesn't want anybody working in there without them being insured.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, pretty typical. The question is, are they going to let you just buy hazard? I mean, I would go through like either probably Allstate or Geico but I wonder if the problem is that you have to buy an entire homeowner's insurance policy and then add hazard insurance on it. So let's see. So then that means you have to go get a policy, and we would have to get the we'd have to get that before close. Yeah, that would suck because I don't know if they're gonna issue it without sending somebody out there. Yeah, we would have to be there to do all this. Yeah. Because sending stuff, we're not sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to start buying insurance without it being like, well, I guess what he's saying is that at the point in which we do go through with the earnests, the inspection period, so you must have hazard insurance in place before closing. So yeah, just got to go get a policy.
I've heard that probably, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess because he's thinking that we're going to be working on it.
Yeah, I think so.
I would love to see what that insurance policy quote is, because that's going to be nuts probably. I wonder if they let you buy, typically you got to buy the full year. I mean, at that point you're getting mortgage insurance too. Yeah, you're getting mortgage insurance, and then you're also getting, unless it all comes down to if how Ty does it, but, and I'm wondering if 60 is going to be enough to cover that, because Ty, it'd probably come out of pocket like, I don't know. So you have 60 goes down, and then the reserves of like 6 months or however long it takes to do the project, it's going to come out of it. Then the insurance is going to come out of it for sure. Whatever the insurance is, probably. I mean, what do they quote us like? I don't think they're going to quote us more than $1,000 a month, huh? So that's $12K. Yeah, minus the 62.9. So we're down to $50K. Yeah, that's the issue right there. We won't even I mean, we're gonna have to give Ty. So then he goes 50K. So then let's see, 50K is, what percentage of that is the purchase? It's like 20%, 25%. Yeah,
165.
Yeah, if it's if Ty's giving us the 200, 50K of that is 25%, a fourth. So yeah, and then so it's 25% down. That should be enough to get it. The mortgage insurance, I mean, I'm thinking it's going to have to be all together. The mortgage insurance, I'm wondering how they're going to quote this, because they're probably going to be like, well, you're not mortgaging it, so you don't have to get PMI, but you're putting more than 20% down. If that was the case, we'd be putting more than 20% down, 25% down, so then we won't have to get PMI. If they require that, I don't know. We'll see. But then you got 50K, and the note, the ARV. It just comes back down to what Ty thinks how much the ARV can be. And then he's probably going to pull up like a tax assessment or appraisal. And it's going to be interesting out, because if Marty's right about 500K, then the appraisal might come out to that. Like the ARV will come out to that. Unless it's not a rebuild. I mean, like, it is kind of a rebuild. It's not a new build, that's for sure. So it would probably we're gonna have to send comps to Ty, probably do our own like appraisal.
I found that one. I only found one of them that I said a while ago. That was, I think, closest comp.
Which
It was around 400. It was a house. I didn't see a duplex comp, but I saw. I think I sent around the same timeline on the chat. But that's the closest comp I saw to that one.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up because I'm gonna see what the Yeber neighborhood. Liber. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna basically
Capital Y B O R.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to see. So.
Ybor City.
Yeah, Ybor City. Okay. Let's see where he's at. 10K non-refundable deposit to bridge title and loan within 24 hours of signing. Yeah. Yeah, we have to see if Ty approves this. That's all. And that's really going to determine if we like fly down there. Yeah, because
everything else, yeah.
Yeah, because the way I would do this is I'm trying to get down there and get this job done like literally as fast as humanly possible.
I saw flights that were going for around I'm at 400 to 500 like right now. For round trip. But I guess you're close for Boston, of course.
Flights, Boston. Tampa. Yeah, let's see what we got. Alright, we leave. So it looks like I can leave. Yeah, you're right, they are pretty pricey. The cheapest one, it looks like, is going to be. Yeah, let's see, Boston to Tampa. The soonest I got. Well, as soon as I got is, I guess, tomorrow. But then I want to know the cheapest because these are all. Yeah, let's see what we got. It says $37. April 5th.
Really?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit too far out. Let's see. 54. Select choice. Carry. 54 is probably. If I leave on the April 7th, no, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, April's too far out, you think?
Yeah.
Right on top of the Daniel and Freddie one too. Oh my god.
The Daniel and Freddie. Yeah, Daniel and Freddie one. Dude, their lender really is just messing with them pretty bad because they would have had a great deal had that lender basically stuck to what they agreed on. It's crazy. Yeah, and it's really nuts that like they won't even accept. So crazy. They won't accept they don't want to seller credits. They don't want them giving me seller credit. Wild.
Yeah. I'll let Eric figure that out tomorrow on the Zoom.
Yeah, Eric's gonna figure that out. The problem I'm seeing here is you got $305 flight to today, and you got the closest $94 flight on Thursday, Saturday, and then a $68 flight on Monday.
For a one-way?
This is just a one-way, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I typically book the one-ways, and I just book the one-way back whenever. I could do a set date, but I have no idea how long I'm going to be down there.
Right.
So, yeah. I would look at. So, I really want to get Ty to approve it.
Approval on the premise, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they still open? Do you think you can pick up? Or it's probably
Yeah,
best time for Marty or Marty. Find out.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd probably talk to Ty first. Yeah, because there's no point in doing all this without having Ty clear it. I could also send it to my other guy, but I'm trying to go through Ty. So I really want to work. I want to build that Florida. I mean, my guy is up here, and
you want to have a connection down there.
yeah, I want to build that one. And it seems like Ty is actually like my guy up here is really cool too, but he's like I said, I asked him. I was talking about the rates and like how we can work on getting them down, and he's basically telling me that he's got an office he has to run. So
He's in charge of fees for that.
yeah, he's not really coming down on the price, but yeah, I try to negotiate with him about it, and I get it. I mean, I guess he's got a few assistants and secretaries, whatever, you know. It was kind of weird. I was talking to Danielle, and Danielle was like, she was like, is A1 hiring? And I'm like, you never know.
Really?
Yeah.
He asked if Eric comes to hire me.
Yeah. She was like, I'd be a good assistant. It's like, yeah, you might be right. And she's been pretty consistent and persistent. And yeah, on the ball about this stuff, and she basically could she could I think she could close some deals. I mean, she could definitely prospect like most of Eric's office. It would be interesting. I mean, she's just learning the game, kind of. She doesn't. She was kind of opposed to it at first, but then once she got the investor and everything, and she sees how these lenders are treating us, she's kind of like, you know, maybe she wants to get into investing. Yeah, and I don't know. So I was like, yeah, you never know. But the thing I would like, I'm not working full time in Eric's office, so I don't know what the immediate needs are, you know. I also, I cut back on lead gen just because I pumped like 220 leads in the partnership or whatever.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, since January or whenever we started this, and so Eric was telling me about it. He's like, you've been sending a lot of stuff, and I was like, yeah. He assured me that everybody in the office is working on everything I send in. So, and they've been calling me consistently, but I think what's going on is it goes back to the dispo part where Ryan has been, I think you remember Ryan saying that Ryan's doing dispo right now, and the buyers, Ryan's basically blasting it out to buyers. And the thing is, I would do that too. I would definitely try to do that too, but I think what I'm more like focused on is getting a solid deal that like we buy, you know, not just dispo. Yeah. Yeah.
You're right. Like,
Yeah.
Like this big flex, and then when Justin sent me that lead, that was pretty good fun. I just,
Justin sent you a lead?
yeah. He sent me one. He sent me that. I forwarded you his email that he sent me yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I gotta check that out.
Let me call you back in
Yeah.
5 minutes. You have-
I'm gonna be at the gym soon, so.
This guy is going to build a Pagani because he has always dreamed of owning one. But since it's one of the most expensive cars in the world, he can't afford to buy one. So he decided to build it himself. Part 1.
One of my favorite things to do in my free time is go to national
Ya me hacen ni cambiar esos teléfonos.
And also later for AI automations and the development of SaaS products. And the goal for this year, 2025, was to earn $1 million in revenue with my AI automation agency. But after 1.5 months, I came to a conclusion that with those kind of services like chatbot services and voice agents, it's going to be really, really difficult since these services are like really, low cost services, so to say. So I cannot charge so much money for those kind of services, and the goal to achieve that goal of $1 million in revenue is going to be really, really hard. So after 1.5 months of running my AI automation agency, I came to the conclusion to shift my strategy a little bit. I mean, I still want to offer the AI chatbot service and AI voice agents, but these are not going to be like my main focus. So I'm going to shift my focus a little bit. I'm going to focus more on more AI automation, workflow automations with Make and N8N. And also to the development of SaaS products with Lovable and Bolt, and also AI education services, and like workshops or other consulting services, for example, for small companies, solopreneurs, and that I teach them about AI and the news trends, and to keep.
Right, sit. Sit. Okay.
Don't make me pull that face card out.
Yeah, let's take a good Sunday work as well. It's a good time I guess Colorado has some shops. Good. West actually hasn't been as timid, but there are a bunch of people there at the park too. So he also
and asked if you guys wanted something like that, and so I'm finally doing it. It's actually been on my mind for like years and years and years. I used to make jewelry, if you guys remember, and are real ones. I used to make jewelry and sell it on Depop, and it was like the best thing ever. It's gonna be affordable. I'm gonna make sure that the materials I'm using are they don't tarnish and they're waterproof and all those things, because that's what I search for in jewelry. And something that's really fun that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do different collections with all of my friends that you guys know and love, and they get to design like 3 to 5 pieces themselves, and I'll make it, and yeah, then you can buy it and get it. But I'm
Are you talking to me?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm back.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I am not long from the dollar anymore, so I think of what else. I know we're talking about a whole Marty deal, and that's a stretch there. Ty will approve it.
I mean, I just read his thing again, and like, he's gonna need a somebody boots on the ground more immediately, and I think that counter is a little tough because it's a little bit higher than the asking price, and then it's a little bit less of the seller credits we needed. So it definitely goes more onto Ty. But I do like that he gives us a prepayment option. So if we pay it off in 6 months, which is possible, he'll take $20K off.
I remember seeing that. Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah, I don't think there was any way to do that deal with the 169. I think what they were going to offer is 118. I like. See, this is the thing. If Eric, if we were more in line with like Eric's office at this point, we could have both tried to negotiate pretty low. I don't think he would have taken any of that. It looks like he still wants 10K out of pocket. Not the end of the world, but I think it makes it a little different because you could probably find a wholesaler to do the 10K or a yo, what's up?
Yeah.
What's good? You seen that?
No, I didn't. My phone's been broken.
Yo, so
This one in the mail.
yeah, no, that's good. Look, Daniel and Freddie and their lender's not really working with them. And bro, the lender was like trying to tell me we don't have any money. So basically.
Wait. The dude talking about being a machinist?
No, who's that? I don't know. No, Daniel and Freddie in Baton Rouge. BR. That the 4-2. Swing along.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, no, you're talking about, oh, Jacob. Okay, wait, bro. You're talking about what I sent you. Yeah, you're right. You saw that comment, right?
Yeah.
Bro, so what Alex is trying to figure out is how do you help these kids with their career path? And like I know you saw like Kylie, like everybody was commenting. Dustin Bennett was like the first one to comment. He was like, you got to work, get your foot in the door at a factory.
I didn't see it. I don't get on Facebook.
Well, and then so he's saying that, and then you see Anthony is saying that, yeah, apprentice machinist, 2 years college, and now he's doing journeyman machinist. So he's saying engineers and tradesmen, some of the most important workers, and you don't need a 4-year degree to enter the work field. So what I did, Jacob, what I put out so I call it a monetization plan basically, and all you do is you input skill set, so like your core expertise, the time frame, so like the desired time you want to hit your goal of money, the resources you got, like assets, network. This could be like your phone, the people you know, maybe you got a wrench set your uncle gave you to fix cars, and then you got to put your interest in, so like whatever you're interested in, passions that you feel like you can do for a long time, things that you've been good at. And if you put all that in there, you'll get a skill-based roadmap to your money goal within the time frame, by leveraging your skills, strategy, and existing resources. And if you run that assignment, and what it is you can plug that into any AI and work with it, and you get an actual like detailed out roadmap in like modern times, like things that you can do. You know, like machine shops and stuff, those are good. They're great if you need like the older people to tell you what to do, but some of the more modern stuff maybe older people aren't as good at. So like that really helps if you're like I know if they would have gave me this kind of assignment when I was in high school, you know what I mean? Like if we were able to roadmap things out, it'd been a lot easier, especially with AI.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Because there's a lot of confusion at the time. Nobody really knows like what they should be doing or what to do. And then
Let me ask you this: when was the last time you updated Apex?
not in a minute. Why?
Yeah, me neither. It's
You trying to run Apex if you want? No, I've been working on. So I got a place in St. Pete that's got it's a 169 plus a 90K carry. So we're getting a 90K interest-free loan is what I asked for, but he came back. He countered with a 62K interest-free loan. And if we pay it back in the first 6 months, 20K off of that. It's a fix and flip right off of Drew Street, so like Clearwater, you know where Drew Street's at. And this dude Marty, he's looking to do it with us. And what's really wild about this is I called on this property. For one of our colleagues in the group, Joe, sent it to me. I identify it, I underwrite it, I write out the loan, and then I call up Marty and I'm like, look, I can offer you this. I offered him a little bit more. I said I had to explain to him, like, I'm offering you more than what you're looking for, and you just need to carry a little bit. So I'm giving you a bigger purchase price. What ended up happening was somebody else from A1's office also called him right after and tried to get the place. And so I sent him full contract, the HUD1 preliminary, HUD statement, all detailed with the numbers, with the LOI, just to kind of detail it out further, and all the regulation regarding that transaction. So that came out to like a 12-page document, and I sent them all of that, and then another dude in our office sends out an offer and tries to get it for 118, the 0.7 calculation. And then mine was way higher. Mine's at like 200. But if you run the numbers, they have like a couple properties around there going for like 500K plus. Those are new builds. But the key with this is that it's a interest-free 62 grand. So that's enough. And then,
interest-free 62 grand.
so he's doing a seller concession of 62.9 on that. So we use that for our lender in Florida, Ty, who doesn't even need 20%. He can do it for less, but that's 25% for the fix and flip loan. And the ARV on that is around 313. And then so that gives us a renovation budget of like 90 grand.
So the lender in Florida?
Yeah.
Like a lender that only lends in Florida?
No, not just, I mean, well, yeah, he's highly recommended. Our group, like, Eric's uses this guy. He likes Eric. Obviously, he does a lot of business with him, and he wants anybody in this.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is the lender capable of lending in multiple?
I'll tell you, when Yo. Yeah, it dropped. I don't know why it dropped. Anyway.
Is the lender capable of lending in multiple states?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, yeah, he is. He hasn't preferred. I talked to him about doing the Baton Rouge place, and he was like, "That's a little bit out of my reach right now." If you.
So lender in Florida is the proper term. He's a lender that wants to work only in Florida, pretty much.
Yeah, private money, hard money. He's the guy that does transactional lending. Yeah, and so in this agreement, what he's saying is that if we secure that equity and seller credits, that he will do the deal. So I negotiated it with 90. That's an LTC of 85%, loan to cost of 85%. So in this deal, the purchase price 85% loan to cost. So we only come with 15% of that. Then the renovation budget 85% loan to that. So we come up with 15%. And then the reserves for the project, and assuming we get a 12% interest rate. Now this is the crazy thing about this job, is that even if we get a 12% interest rate, so 1% a month, those interest only payments will come out to $3,100, but the average rent in the area is $2,900. So we could possibly carry the fix and flip. I mean, I know there's a little bit difference, but I went down to $260 because at 12% interest, it might come down to 10% interest, but at 12% interest, the fix and flip note on that property is only going to be $2,600, but the rent will be $2,900. So in worst case scenario, we get stuck with it at $2,600 monthly note, the rent will cover the fix and flip note. So that's why this is a good spot to do this. I mean, there's a lot of places where the fix and flip note will actually be like almost double what the average rent will pull in, you know? Meaning that you could have a fix and flip note of like $4,000 interest only payments, and you can only rent it for $2,000. In this case, you can rent it for $2,900, and in the worst case, you get a $2,600 note on the fix and flip. So really, it carries hard money. That's why it's a great deal. And so Ty's on board with it, almost fully on board, but he likes us to secure seller credits. So I drafted up, I don't know if you got it, but I emailed a new prompt. It's a HUD statement with an LOI. So it generates the HUD, the preliminary HUD, which is needed for the buyer, seller, title company, lender, and anybody else who's. So what I did was I put in. Did you get my the HUD that I sent? HUD. Okay, so what it is, all it is you just input. So all you have to do is just put that into AI.
I have another question for you, sorry.
Yeah, what's it?
Unrelated. What's the longest you've ever left your laptop plugged in on sleep mode or hibernate?
Bro, I mean.
Without touching it?
Yeah, I mean, if you have an MSI, the battery will burn up quicker than a Dell. But that's if you use it all day, every day. But I will. What's?
I'm talking about it's been on sleep mode.
Yeah.
Not hibernate.
Yeah.
And the battery, and it's just been plugged in for like 45 days at least.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been touched.
Yeah, so the battery cycle is when the battery goes all the way to 100% and then drains down to 0 and gets charged back to 100. That's considered a full cycle. Typically, laptops are lucky to get 1,000 cycles. But
okay, so it's been at 100% the whole time.
Right, so then that's not a cycle.
Okay, so it's fine.
Right, but you, yep, that would be not a cycle if it's just plugged in, yep. Because the battery's not draining and then refilling, so the cells don't get.
Yeah, I knew it hadn't been cycled, but I was curious if you've ever actually left it, like literally just on. I know the screen would burn up, but the screen was on, but the screen wasn't on. Like if I walked into it, the screen would turn on, and it would be fully running. So like it was running for over a month, plugged in, just sitting there.
That's why I buy removal. Is that a Dell? Okay, yeah, the MSIs, the reason I get the MSI laptops is because you can leave them plugged in, and it's actually, what's interesting is the battery, the batteries will burn up. The battery is the main source of heat too, so if you do pull a battery, like most of the MSIs, the best way to do it is pull the battery if you don't expect to actually transport the laptop, if you pull the battery out and you just keep it plugged in, it'll run with the plug, and it'll never heat up. It never gets any heat. It's the battery. I know, right? And and you can just save the battery.
It's on a cooling pad, but because the cooling pad's been on the whole time.
Yeah, and even if you do fry the cells, you can just keep it plugged in.
Because it's plugged in.
But you do have to take the battery out because it won't turn on until the battery's taken out. That's the trick with laptops. At least those, and that's how you really get. Now, some of them don't have removable batteries anymore, but I don't buy laptops like that. I mean, my MacBook's at like 735 cycles, and I'm thinking about getting a Studio, a Mac Studio, M3 Ultra, which is just basically a Mac Pro, 2 Mac Pro chips glued together. And then that's only going to be running a stream because I'm trying to, that's going to be my main decoder and encoder basically, because Macs do it so much more efficiently and they run a true 60 FPS and they just have a really smooth streaming experience because they have the most advanced encoders. And if I get one of those, it's actually a much better stream setup than like a huge NVIDIA. Even though NVIDIA has a chip in it, the new chips, it's not even close to like a Mac Studio or even like a Mac Mini. And you can get those pretty cheap right now. But
yeah, I have a Mac Mini.
Yeah, the Mac Mini is brilliant for streaming 4K 60 FPS on YouTube. That's really the only platform that takes that high of a stream. Everything else doesn't really stream that high. But yeah, and I'm not really running Apex right now, but sidetracked. This is the deal. The Tampa St. Pete one. I was looking at flights Thursday, $35, Boston to St. Pete. I pull up, I secure the money with Ty, and I get the basically project started. I already have the ad ready to go, renting it at $2,900 a month. So I put the ad up, move in May 1st, get calls on that, try to get the project complete in 14 days or less. That means that it'll definitely be ready maybe April 14th, something like that, and then move in May 1st. So I can start showing it those last 2 weeks. If we do that right, if we secure the fix and flip at like 144, then that's 144 cash of working capital. We only spend about 55 of that. We're going to be left with around like 90 of just cash. You know how that goes. So, and then if we get a renter in there to pay higher than the fix and flip note, we're really in the money, right? If our fix and flip note only comes out to $2,600, and then we get that renter for $2,900, we're profiting $300 with $90K in the bank after the project's done. So, I was hoping to do that April 14th, no later. It just takes me to fly down there, and I got obviously boots on the ground down there. Okay, I'll tell you one more thing. Danielle and Freddie, I was talking to them, the house in Baton Rouge, I was explaining to them this stuff, and they're like, she was like, can I get a job? And because she was like, I make a great assistant, and I was like, you never know, because she's okay with working with me and Eric as an assistant. It's pretty dope. Yeah, and so and I was just talking about oh, and dude, so this dude Lincoln sent me a place on Florida Ave. You know where that's at? Lower Ninth Ward. Yeah. Bro, and so it's a duplex, and they're trying to dump it for $325, and he says he'll give it to me for $310. You think that's worth it? And it's got cash flowing tenants at $1,700 a month, and the note, that's $3,500 that comes in our pocket. But do you think you get 2 tenants in the Lower Ninth Ward, $1,700? You think that's sustainable?
Is it a 2-bedroom?
It's a yes. I think it's a 2-bedroom on the bottom and a 2-bedroom on the top. Duplex, 2-bedroom.
Section 8 will hit you for, I think, they'll expect the fuck out of it though. But,
yeah, it is new. So it probably passed Section 8.
Well, Section 8 is going to be at the bare minimum.
Yeah, it's.
Wait. For the 4 bedrooms, they do $2,290.
Yeah.
For the 3 bedrooms, they do like, I think 18, might be 17. And for the 2 bedrooms, it's like $1,490, $1,500.
Yeah.
So the tenant is most
likely not gonna come up with the other $200.
Right. That's what I keep saying. I know.
But they might. Like,
They
the
m-
building.
Yeah.
And she paid me, and I was like, look, the rent's $2,800. Section 8's only promised me $2,300.
Right.
So, like, are y'all gonna come over $500? And they're like, well, we can. I'm like, all right, I can't take that. It's way too expensive.
No, I just got done doing this at Sing Along. So the chick I got in there, she's got a $2,400 a month voucher for a 4-bedroom because she's got twin daughters and a son.
24.
She's got a government assistance voucher. How in the world? Because it's a 4-bedroom. But the way they do it is this how much that she makes for the 4-bedroom and how many people she has living in the house, and then what they establish is an FMR, fair market rent, and for that area, the fair market rent is $2,600, and then after they establish FMR, they then give her what's a PS, which is the payment standard, and so she gets about almost 80% of that fair market rent as her payment standard. So her PS comes out to around $2,400, and with all of her circumstances. So she actually, and we just went over this because Danielle and Freddie wanted to speak with her about this, and she explained, like, that's how, basically, so because of her situation, it goes income, then they establish fair market rent, then they establish payment standard. But the income is based on how many people she has living in the house, and then that's split between dependents and then household members. But she's just by herself, a single mom, so with 3 dependents, and her income is like, I think it's only it's less than $48K. So she gets basically the max for a 4-bedroom. And then so she gets $2,400. And dude, so listen, this is what's really nuts. She gets $2,400. We call the lender back, and the lender's like, "Oh, you need $2,000 a month," and we're like, "We got $2,400." And then they come back and they so that was when we had it at a 6% fixed rate. They come back after we told them we had more money. They come back and they give us a 9% adjustable rate, and wanted Freddie and Danielle to sign a 9% adjustable rate in Baton Rouge. Like, are you guys, dude? It's like 1 year goes by. Yeah, it's like no way, and that's like, how would they give us? We just got more money, and they gave us a worse loan. Weird. And so don't let them know you're an investor or a wholesaler, because I didn't let them know. They found out. They looked Eric up and all this stuff. But yeah, pretty nuts, right? So that's not going to work out. But I still have that tenant lined up for $2,400, which is, Jacob, that sub 2. $2,400. I can put them in a new apartment, rent them out in a new place while I put that new tenant in, who they already talked to and they like. She comes in, she gives us the $2,400. Her note, the Danielle and Freddie's note, gets covered for $2,000. We take $2,400 from her each month, and then for 6 months go by, 6 to 9 months, we're going to go back to the lender and say, look, the DTI, we just covered it, and we don't have any more DTI. It doesn't count against the DTI because we have the note paid. The income is greater. So that's the new strategy we have right now for them. Basically, get the renter in there, rent them out the new place for cheap, which they have 4-2 in the area, North Baton Rouge, Scotlandale, right next to the airport, for $1,400. So it's cheaper than what they already got. It's it's the same spot size, and then that they rent that out. They're going to make $300 extra on their current house, because it's about $2,100 for their note. They get $2,400 in, so that's $300 net. And then for 6 months, we're going to go back and we're going to the lenders and say, look, the DTI doesn't count because we set up a servicing company to pay these payments. And we're going to see what they say. And apply them for a second mortgage, which, by the way, they were already approved for the second mortgage before Eric and I came in on this deal. Yeah. They got approved for the second mortgage, and what's really nuts, Jacob, is that when Eric called the first lender, the girl who approved them, to solidify everything, she said, this is out of my pay grade, and I have to bump this up to my boss. And basically the boss didn't even want to talk to me and Eric. He was like, I don't deal with wholesalers, I don't deal with investors.
Yeah.
So, but it doesn't matter because we're still getting Danielle and Freddie more money than they originally thought they were going to get. and we're actually going to save them from a 9% adjustable rate, which would have been definitely, like, I mean, game over for them.
I mean, game over, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
9% on anything more than 100,000 is fucking joke.
Dude, nuts. And the thing is, they were looking at a $400,000 house in Dedham Springs, new construction. It was like insane. You can build that for 80 grand basically.
Not nowadays, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
I mean, it's basically, I know, right? Well, I mean, you get the land, the building materials, the lumber package is what, 20 grand, framing it is like 15 grand, drywall and it's like 10 grand, you know? The roof is what,
Go look at
15 grand?
It's going up a lot. It's not,
Well, wait, I'll tell you,
it's not much more than what you just said.
but it will be, yeah, no, I've seen some new budgets come out to like the 100, and then you know what they just said today? The new construction, they're saying that because of all these tariffs and stuff, that the material cost is going to go up, like April 2nd. Have you heard about this? And so what they expect is an additional $10,000 for single family homes to go up, like construction costs. I'm like only 10,000? That seems really cheap. Because during COVID, it almost doubled. Their prices were going up like 200%, and so if you only go up $10,000, that's really nothing compared to like right after COVID. So, but the point is, but the thing is, they're selling them a new construction way overpriced, and they're trying to give them an adjustable rate. It's like of course you're approved for that loan because you can't even give that loan away. Like an adjustable rate on new construction, who's gonna pay more on?
Definitely can't give that one away.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we're saving them from that. They want to work with us. They like Brooke. You know, Brooke and Kobe went over there, took pictures and everything. They like us. So, yeah, and if you want to work I mean, right now, currently, I have a $73,000 seller concession with them on the contract. So, if you want to work with them, you can make.
Work with them if I had even time to even drive past Metairie.
Interesting. Yeah, no. Well, there's 73K on that contract, and if we make it work, I think so. The thing is, I would get a buyer. I would try to get a buyer at 290. You think that's possible? Investor lift? Where would you get a FHA?
Anything's possible.
Right.
Realistic.
How would you swing that? Would you just try to get it 320 and then offer seller? Yeah, 290 for the 4.2. Just try to get it listed. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I mean, I don't want to go through an agent because the last agent I talked to, she basically wanted like 20 grand to do it, and I know it's not gonna cost them 20 grand, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, and so I mean, if I went through like, Angela, let's think about using Angela.
Casey Spawn?
Well, I could call Casey Spawn too. I bet you she could get it sold, right?
I just talked to her. Yeah,
Would
she's not messing around.
I don't think so, bro.
They put her on the shittiest houses on purpose.
I know, right?
Because everyone around her was all private school. And
Wow.
Yeah, all like Gracie, all of them, they're all in private school.
Right.
And she
Dave.
was only the one there that wasn't private school.
Yeah.
They gave her the shittiest houses. She sold them all in like
Dude.
half the time that they did their private school houses.
Yeah. No, she.
got them all sold.
Right. I know. I saw her list. I see every one she posts, and
She like did not fuck around.
yeah, I saw she's the 100% seller finance or 100% finance ones. Those are all going pretty quick too.
Yeah, she's not an idiot. She got the
She's
shitty
smart,
houses. She got the shitty houses and did the
100% finance.
and got USDA. Yep, exactly.
That's it. That's the best. I mean, dude, that's what I want to do right now.
Everyone else has they gotta come up with 3.5% on the minimum. Most of them gotta come up with 15 to 20%.
Yeah. No, and it's hard to pull that from anybody. I mean, didn't she just dump one? I'm pretty sure Casey. Yeah, I know it's impossible because, dude, the one in she just dumped one in Jefferson to that old guy. You saw that? It was like,
I did see that.
and I was just, it was an older guy, and it was just one guy who was older, and I was like, that's probably the only guy who can afford those payments right now, like the down payment. Some like 60-year-old dude, but you know, basically that's because I think she sold that at high retail. She sold that like max market value. But that's the way to do it. You know, the largest pool of buyers are FHA buyers. So, and she markets directly to them.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I want to do with this place. Like for Swing Along, I wanted to market to FHA buyers because that's the largest buyer pool of retail buyers. And that's kind of where I was gonna go with it with this girl, Angie, who's the real estate agent, but I think she wants 20 grand, and so that was gonna be quite difficult. I mean, 20 grand. If the problem with it is if it doesn't sell for 288, or if it sells for 20 grand less than that, and I'm in the contract for 288, then I'm gonna have to pay her 20 grand out of my pocket. And then I'm also going to have to pay Danielle and Freddie on that contract. So the next thing I'm probably going to do, I just talked to Danielle and Freddie like half hour ago or whatever, but next thing I'm going to do is file an addendum, price addendum, because I think we're going to have to correct that contract. It's already in title. The whole contract's in title right now. And they were down to go at that price. I mean, like, if we get the deal done, we can make $73K. Jacob, I got it in title right now with 0 down and a 0 interest. Perfect 30-year AM schedule. So we can get $73K from them for only like $200 a month. If we find a buyer for that thing. I mean, if we find a buyer, if we find a lender who will do it without an adjustable rate, like if I find a good lender, there's also huge upside.
Yeah.
So if you know any, see, Eric told me to get a Rocket Mortgage, but then I pulled up Rocket Mortgage and I don't think they Rocket Mortgage just connects you with a bunch of local lenders anyway. So the credit union I was going to go with, there's a credit union right there. Possibly use them, but do you think it's worth buying at this point?
Worth buying as in what?
So we would come in. The contract would be executed at $288,000, but $73,000 of that would be in seller concessions. So when we go to close, we get a $73K check from Equity Title. And the question is, what do you do with it? So that's assuming that the lender doesn't take it. There's a possibility. The possibility the lender comes in and takes the whole thing, very likely. But if we find a good lender who won't take the whole thing or only needs like 3.5% down, like an FHA, then there's a lot of extra equity on that deal. So it's kind of like the one I got in St. Pete right now. There's 93.9 of interest-free credit on that deal. Seller concession. And I only need like 55 to get the job done. So both those deals are rating. He wants to go through a title company called like Borrow and Title. Oh, it's 7:39. I gotta go to the gym.
All right, bye.
Later. Yo, Joe.